it's oh, sorry, it just popped up to tell me it's being recorded. Yes, that's fine. But when it's not, it's not at all, justice is not being done. I mean, there's still child marriage in America.
In
So
48 states, child marriage is still legal, and in a handful of those states, there's not even a minimum age requirement. So riddle me this, and the child marriage thing and the human sex trafficking thing is actually a lot closer related than most people think.
well, people really, well, I mean, I
Most
say this because
don't fucking
I've
connect the dots, though. I mean, you hand them the box of fucking crayons and you offer to hold their hand and to draw the fucking dot and go, here we go. Now we're going to put this one down. Get the blue crayon, get the
look, to
pink
be honest
crayon.
with you,
And they
to,
still
to,
fucked up.
to be honest with you, that's why I really hope Yang wins in New York. But I've seen through history how many times UBI has been closer than this or this close and been forgotten. And I'm like, we've got to figure out it. Okay, I do want to hear the rest of what you're saying, but I have so much to say. I'm very happy that we've started
Yeah.
talking. Okay.
And I think we should really focus on getting UBI passed. And one of the things is that Andrew Yang has come under a fuck ton of attacks. Fuck ton. He caught a lot of heat. Granted, he sometimes put his foot in his mouth and didn't say things exactly as smooth or as polished as he could have. But that doesn't mean he's wrong.
Right.
That doesn't mean he's wrong,
Well, and especially since your mantra is truth teller, I assume that you look at what he's saying and go, yeah, he's telling the exact truth. That's what he should be doing.
Yeah, it's just that the truth isn't always pretty. The truth isn't always pleasing to hear.
I mean, imagine if I get up here and in this state and I say, yeah, a lot of the problems are you guys' fault for electing, the same people over and over. I mean, I won't
Sure.
win,
Which is true.
but yeah, yeah, yeah,
Ah, you must be a left neck.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so disturbing. But on the other side of it, I'm like, okay, since we can realize that, how do we as people play the system or these people? I mean, honestly, at this point, it's so dire. I look at, okay, the other day I saw a video of people are buying stickers, pieces of plastic with plugs on them for hundreds of dollars because it fights 5G radiation. And they believe this, and I'm just like, look, yeah, and I'm just like, look, if that's what it takes for us to have a platform or a nonprofit or whatever, I'll sell plugs and tell people I'm sorry, but we've got to find a way
Bruh,
to do
I
this.
saw
Like,
that there was a CEO of a clothing company called Wet Pants Denim who's making millions of dollars selling blue jeans that look like they're made with the simulation of having had incontinence and wetting your pants. And I'm like, bruh, I'm a 54-year-old lady with disabling urinary incontinence from bladder issues as a direct result of diabetic complications. You want incontinence clothing? I'll fucking put some of my shit up on eBay, motherfucker.
I mean, and the worst part is,
And I'll just use maybe the next trade that goes my way. Just buy some new clothes.
yeah, and I mean, the worst part is it might be more successful than writing, and I know your writing is wonderful, but it's like this world is not built for people who write wonderfully unless for some reason Disney picks it up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like those people get lauded. The other, hundreds of millions or billions that can do it well are not.
I mean,
yeah,
it's like I wish I would have had the help to get skilled with certain things with video making, because there's something that I like to do. It's a personal interest of mine, and that's true crime and unsolved true crimes. Like,
oh, of course you've seen SVU then.
Oh,
It's like, yeah, I forgot you said you like true crime.
Dude, bruh.
I'm sorry, my phone is being ridiculous. Let me turn that on silent.
But it's like, is the Pope Catholic?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
I gotcha. Yeah.
It's like I was just watching a thing the other night about unsolved serial killer, the Long Beach or Long Island serial killer. They never caught the guy.
Really?
Yeah, they never caught the guy. They never caught the guy because they were too busy covering it up, because they didn't want to besmirch any residents of an exclusive private gated community that were participating in buying, sexually exploited, girls and vulnerable women, including vulnerable women with mental illness, like the one victim, which is really sad. It was her mother that pushed for really escalating the search for her daughter that ended up uncovering all these other victims that have been buried there. And this is in this really posh, upscale, we're talking Fire Island, okay, which is like,
Oh man.
gotta have fucking buku bucks to live there. And of course, none of the residents there knew anything, saw anything. Well, of course they didn't, right? Yeah. It's like, yeah, sure. Tell that one to the Marines, man, you know? But anyway,
Yeah.
this girl's mother, her name was Mary Gilbert. The victim was Shannon Gilbert. Her mother, Mary, pushed and pushed and pushed because the media and the police all had the attitude is that these girls were all disposable because they were all prostitutes. Not that they were victims of commercial sexual exploitation, you know, otherwise known as human trafficking. Not that they were victims of economics where lack of a safety net pushed them for lack of any other options into that situation. It was, they were just prostitutes. They got, they asked for it, whatever.
Well, and that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And Shannon Gilbert, the victim around where the story made this the focal point, she suffered from mental illness. And her mental illness was so bad that she had like paranoid schizophrenia or something like that. Okay. And her mental illness would get so bad that when she would go off her meds, she actually would become a physical threat to others, including her own mother. So, not really having any alternative, her mother had to put her in foster care. She couldn't handle her. It was a single mom. She had 3 daughters to raise. Okay. And she was working 2 jobs and not making enough money just to do that. Okay. And, you know, so of course, you know, she didn't have really very many alternatives, and she had 2 other younger daughters to worry about, keeping them safe when, you know, the older one would have her episodes. So, you know, this girl was in foster care, and somehow after leaving foster care, she got hooked up with, you know, what we call a Romeo pimp, which is basically the guy boyfriended her into sex trafficking. Okay. I mean, he was a pimp. I played straight up. That's what he was.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that term before.
And what happened was she ended up having a bad date in this gated community on Long Island where she was killed and she was buried in the marshes. And her mother pushed for the truth to get out, for, you know, the search, because the police weren't even going to search for after a certain point. And the mother pushed for this, you know, and the sad part is that they finally found her. She's dead. One of the younger daughters also had mental illness, same kind of mental illness as the older daughter. And when she had an episode, when she went off her meds, she attacked the mom, her mother, and killed her. So when Andrew Yang spoke the other day and caught a rash ton of shit, saying about having enough beds for mental illness, for treating mental illness, and having, you know, facilities for people to get the care they need, even if they don't realize they need the care.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a fine line. I get it, between someone being, you know, held against their will, and that could be really horror stories over that. But it's just, it can't be people being, you know, ravaged in the street, because the city will fall to, go ahead.
Exactly. There was a case early in Yang's mayoral campaign, and it sadly involved a former member of Yang Gang, sadly, another Asian American male who was following Yang and his campaign volunteer. And haranguing him. And, you know, for blocks this went on. And the guy ended up following Yang's entourage down into the subway platform by the 125th Street station. and started using his body to bodily shove up into one of the guys that was with Yang.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a subway platform is not the place to take a disagreement or a grievance to that level. You push somebody on a subway platform, people get killed. People get run over by trains. People fall on and get electrified by the rails.
The third rail, yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean, it happens every day, really, I think, to be honest. So, yeah, it's bad.
You know, so now this was a result of what could be probably a break or a psychotic episode. Andrew Yang did the right thing. He called the cops on the guy. I don't blame him.
I mean, what are you supposed to do? He has a wife and 2 children. You can't, you know? That's the thing that people don't. And I mean, even some of the people I consider friends have taken that are like farther on the left or consider themselves far leftist, have taken these comments as, oh, he doesn't care about them or whatever. And I mean, look, I have a unique experience. Andrew Yang, I didn't meet him, but he has personally helped me, and the organization did back when COVID started. So I understand that he's not someone who like has to have a, means testing or whatever. He has a good heart. I know they don't get that, but what he said, I mean, do they not think about if it was their city, if they lived in a town, if it was like that, what the solution they would want would be?
Yeah, I mean, what solution should we have? I mean, personally, I'm old enough that I remember the horror stories, and it was always aimed at women and minorities who were unjustly, held against their will and labeled as mentally ill, even when they weren't.
Right. And
I remember horror
too, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember horror stories about that. So it's like, I get it, but I also see cases where you actually have legit mentally ill people who go off their meds because they don't think they need their meds anymore. They don't want to take the meds for whatever reason. Then they have a psychotic break and they do something like shove somebody on a subway platform that could result in death.
Let's be honest. The medicine, not great, doesn't cure anybody. So it's like, even if they are on or off or whatever, these people need lasting, continued care. And I mean, before UBI was on my radar, Medicare for All was my main thing because it's 30,000 deaths a year. You know yourself how expensive it is. And
I'm diabetic, dude.
I mean, yeah, but with that being said, UBI provides a path. We need Medicare for All, or Medicare X.
No. Go ahead. Go eat. I pulled it out. I said the fish was done. I didn't mean for you to wait for it to get cold and just stare at the shit.
No. I ate 2 pieces. I want to know if you wanted the other one.
No. I have plenty of food. Don't eat. Okay. Sorry about that. That was my husband.
Oh, so sweet.
No, I mean, I make really good food because, see, I have to. I'm diabetic. So I have to think about every gram of carbohydrate, every gram of starch, every gram of sugar I put in my mouth. I literally can't. Even if money was no object, I literally can't eat fucking delivery takeout food because I can't have it.
Yeah. Well, and it's last year I was living in 22-degree weather with no stove, no way to do it. So it's like, if I had been, thank God I wasn't a diabetic, it would have killed me. And I mean, it does kill people. Yeah. And that's, my God, man, it's just so, okay.
And that's why Andrew Yang caught a flack of shit. Here's the guy who started the shit. And this is what has me worried. Matthew Portland is a heavy hitter. He's an attorney. And he's with a think tank. He's a senior fellow affiliated with a think tank that focuses on disabled people's rights. And he was talking about the stigmatization of mentally ill people. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to share this Twitter thread. And I just was horrified when I saw this. Because I know this guy's against UBI. He's for expanding the asset caps for SSI, for the disabled, and increasing the monthly benefit amount of SSI. He's not in favor of UBI. And it's like, look, it's the caps and the means testing that's the fucking problem in the first place.
Well, my God, 2 years to get on disability if you get on the first time.
More
and
than
not
that.
being able to work, even, you know, if you are physically able, you cannot do it to get, I mean, it's, but anyway, yes, what was he saying? Like, basically that Andrew was.
This is what I wanted to share that really brought up my concern, because I saw this and I was just sent into panic mode because I saw that this was a huge character assassination campaign that was just, it's like, no, we don't really need this again. And let me go and find what the heck I was looking at here, and I'll get it. Let me see. Here we go. This is the guy, Matthew Cortland.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and now this is a guy who he's a policy director. So this is somebody with a significant degree of social class privilege. He's not like you or me. He's an attorney. He's got a high-paying job as a policy director.
An attorney in New York City. I mean, you know, he might as well be the fucking DA.
What he said here is just...
He has a mental health diagnosis of what? What does he have?
He doesn't go into examples, but I tried to respectfully disagree with him before all this broke out. I tried to engage him, you know, peaceably, not to be, you know, pugnacious or argumentative. But I tried to engage him to let him know that the design of the SSI program in and of itself was flawed, that the only way to fix it was to scrap it and replace it with a non-means tested program. Because the point of a safety floor, as opposed to a safety net, is that you don't have to end up destitute and homeless and filing fucking bankruptcy before you finally, maybe, eventually get helped, you know, before you fucking die from your poverty and your homelessness while sick or whatever. Yeah, it's like that. So I was trying to explain to him that the problem wasn't that, you know, people on SSI don't get enough, or that there's a $2,000 asset cap limit, which is fuck. I mean, today's prices, you can't even get a non-running used car that sits parked as a 2,000 pound paperweight in your front fucking driveway for $2,000. I mean, what are you fucking kidding me? But these are the asset caps. This is what, you know, this is how ridiculous the program is. And he was like, well,
wait, so if you had $2,000, you and your husband would get thrown off?
I'm not on SSI. I don't have an income.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh no, I'm sorry. You said you were 54. I don't know what I'm thinking. But if he had $2,000,
old age Social Security retirement.
Does it have an asset cap?
No, because it's a different program.
Okay.
It's
gotcha.
old age retirement.
So disability that's even worse though. If disability has it, but the other programs don't. That's
yeah. And that's the thing, is that because it's more expensive for those of us who are disabled, it's more expensive to live when you're disabled than for people who aren't disabled.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
I mean, fuck, you know. And so this Matt Cortland, he's kind of the heavy hitter in the disability rights community, which is why I really didn't want to be argumentative with him too much, to get him to come around and see that the problem is the program itself instead of a UBI, which is the UBI is what we should be doing. Because it would nip a lot of this shit in the fucking bud. Because quite frankly, 76% of all disabled people get denied SSI anyway.
Yep.
My sister, who died of ovarian cancer, wasn't approved for a medical card and SSI until 1 month after she was dead. She died when I was a senior in college. In college.
At times, I think that if statements like that, because there's, I mean, just books of statements like that are horrifying and true from this country. And if I just think if statements like that are not waking people up, I don't know if we could win, but
I really thought COVID would slap everybody upside the snot locker with a dose of reality check, but apparently not, you know.
I mean, we got a lot of people I didn't think we would. I mean, but the thing is, when Kamala can be for it and then turn around and be against $2,000 a month, how can we trust anyone? Even if, you know, this guy did change, but anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, this guy, Matthew Cortland, and going down here, what he's saying, this is the clip, and he only did a partial clip of this clip that he did.
Half of the attacks on Asian New Yorkers have been by the mentally ill. They're walking around, they're mentally ill, they see someone who's different, and then they lash out. So this is such a crucial issue to return a sense of safety to our city. I agree with Ray that we do need to be much more aggressive about Kendra's law. Right now, the standard is this. Someone has to self-select and say, hey, I need help. Get me services. A lot of people who need help don't have the capacity to raise their hand and say, I need help. So we have to get the people the help that they need, even if they don't know it yet. And we can do this. There's been a standard in the past where if someone is clearly mentally ill or in need of medical attention, we got them on meds, we got them that treatment. We need to rebuild the stock of psych beds so that there's some place to bring them and make sure that if they are in supportive housing, that they're being monitored so that they take their meds. Yes, mentally ill people have rights, but you know who else have rights? We do. The people and families of the city. We have the right to walk the street and not fear for our safety because a mentally ill person is going to lash out at us.
So that was the context that Matthew Cortland, who's an attorney and who's a disability rights advocate, deliberately truncated and took way out of fucking context to smear Andrew Yang and make Andrew Yang look like.
I'm sorry. This is why I never go to mentions, because look at what these people are saying. It's
it's so sickening. I saw this and I went to the HFM War Room DM group chat, and I'm like, I'm worried that this is going to kill Andrew Yang's campaign, because it was something that was weaponized. It was taken out of context and weaponized.
I mean, I'm going to go ahead and be honest. That statement is from him is not in context or out. It lacks empathy that I don't think he meant it to. And I don't really know why, but that it's not a good statement. And I know that in factuality, there are people that are dangerous, and he's talking about people that are really seriously ill. But
mentally ill people are also more often than not the victims of violence.
Correct.
From other people, whether they're other mentally ill people or other non-mentally ill people.
Yep.
And this is my food for thought that I'd like everybody to think about. We live in a pretty fucked up, sick society where, people are okay with the poor and the disabled, whether mentally disabled. In my case, I'm physically disabled. I have diabetes and physical disabling problems, not mental. But when we live in a society that's perfectly okay with denying equitable distribution of opportunity for everybody, that's okay with people being poor and suffering and left to die literally from poverty, from freezing to death and all that, from lack of medical care due to poverty, from being unjustly shut out of opportunities, sometimes their whole lives, which is, you're talking about the majority of the human trafficking survivor community, shut out of even the most menial, low-paying jobs because of stigmatizing criminal records that, they shouldn't have had.
Yeah.
And it's like, we live in a country, in a society that says, well, it's okay that people that aren't able to economically fend for themselves, despite having done their absolute level best and did all the right things, to make themselves worthy of help and support. And just let them suffer and fucking die. That is a sick society. So what passes for normal in a really sick, sadistic, cruel, selfish, narcissistic society isn't really healthy either.
So let me ask you this. This is kind of it is on the same subject, but it's a little different. Is humanity already violent and stuff, and now we've just we're okay, let me put it the right way. Are we at the end of the top of our cruelty, or is it worse than ever? like, you know what I'm saying? I can't figure out if like society is, coming together as a whole, or if America's the problem, if, like the Chinese or a culture that's homogenous has more, more
I
easy
think
stuff to get along over.
I think Soylent Green and Elysium are pretty good indications of where we're headed.
I don't know if I've seen either one of those, to be honest. I know the reference of Soylent Green, but I don't know if I've seen either one of those. Have you seen Black Mirror at all on Netflix, or well, Twilight Zone? I'm sure you've seen
Oh,
a lot.
are you kidding me?
Yeah. So, and I mean, I've seen all of it. So a lot of that is startlingly accurate, to be honest. Humanity as a whole, though, I guess I would ask, from your experience, is this an American problem or a human problem?
I think it's an American problem, and I'll tell you why. I'm not saying that other countries are great and perfect. What I'm saying is that what is uniquely American is the level of selfishness and cruelty justified in the name of religion, in the name of freedom, in the name of liberty. You've got to remember where America started from. We're a country that started with human trafficking, slavery, and genocide. We're a country where the minor nobility and the second sons of, European and British nobility came here with land grants that they were allowed to be bequeathed by their sovereigns because of something known as the doctrine of discovery by Pope Alexander VI, who was Alexander Borgia.
The bourgeois.
The one and the same, the dad, the father of Lucretia Borgia, Cesare Borgia. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I mean, he's just a fount of Christianity, that guy. Anyway, Pope Alexander VI, doctrine of discovery. I'm not making this up.
Oh, I know.
It's all verifiable fact. I mean, this isn't virtue signaling. This isn't, this
okay,
is all fact. So it's like you have this situation where you had Pope Alexander VI, who said, and this, was to all of Europe, because all the monarchs of Europe, with the exception of Britain, which said fuck you to the papacy under King Henry VIII, okay, because King Henry VIII was having one of those midlife crisis things. Men will do anything to take care of a bad case of blue balls, let me tell you. Okay, that was the whole deal right there. All right. But you had Spain, you had Italy, you had Portugal, you had all these other countries that still had a lot of influence from the papacy. And what the doctrine of discovery allowed the monarchs of those nations to do was to stake claims of lands, of foreign lands, that they didn't really have a right to lay claim to. But the Pope said, and the Roman Curia backed them up, said, that, it was the duty of Christianity to claim these lands from non-Christian heathens who,
Oh God, I'm anti-religion, because I used to be a real hardline atheist. You know what I'm saying? But I've kind of moved away from. But it's all coming back to me now how damaging all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that the Catholic Church is all bad, or that
right
are all bad, or that Muslims or Jews are all bad. It's just that there are so many craptastically assholeian things that have been given a free pass.
Religion, yeah.
Okay. And it was just religion. It was under this concept of divine right of kings, and which goes back to 4th century Salic law, which justified treating women as less than human, reproductive and sexual chattel property, which is why for the longest time women couldn't inherit, women couldn't rule, women couldn't, have shit.
So let me just go ahead.
But what happened was these second sons under primogeniture, which owes its origins to 4th century Salic law, they came here with these land grants that they got from their sovereigns, who were given dispensation by the Borgias, who was Pope Alexander VI. who had syphilis, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Just thought
Yeah,
I'd
a
point
lot
that
of
out. And he didn't get it because they're sitting on a toilet seat. Let's just leave it there. I think we know how he got that shit. But they came here with their land grants, and they staked claims to the lands. And what we got handed down to us throughout the years, because history is written by the winners and not the vanquished.
Yeah.
So the
Story,
history
for
that
sure.
we got handed down were these valiant pilgrims, and they sat down and, pigged out on some turkey and all this shit with Indians and had a good time. And, oh, well, the Indians just, accidentally died off from disease, and that was that. Manifest destiny was left out of the equation. And the truth behind that first Thanksgiving was not really told. The truth was that the Wampanoag people, who had been decimated by disease, teamed up with the Pilgrims because their enemies, the Narragansetts, were kind of a problem and a threat to them. And they were kind of, trying to think, well, what do we do here? We're caught between the shit and the stink, the devil and deep blue sea, as it were. They allied with the Pilgrims. So what happened was they heard, and the Pilgrims were having a traditional harvest feast, a celebration of a successful harvest, because they had suffered a lot of hardship and starvation and freezing to death. They were in a new country, in a foreign climate that was hostile, weather climate that was hostile, and there was problems with starvation and all kinds of shit. And they finally had a successful harvest, and things, finally, like, they had some hope. So they had this, the concept of a Thanksgiving, or harvest feast goes back thousands of years. I mean, the Jews invented it with Sukkot. Look that up. Sukkot, Sukkot, Sukkot. All right. Now, so they're having their feast, and some of the Pilgrim dudes, got out their blunderbusters, and they were like shooting stuff because they were practicing target shooting, whatever other crazy crap guys do. They didn't have football games to watch back then, so use your imagination. And of course, the Wampanoags, who were nearby, they heard the carrying on, and they instantly thought, oh shit, our allies, these white dudes that dress funny, are in trouble. It must be the Narragansetts. So the Wampanoags came uninvited and unannounced into where the Puritans were settled, because they were there to honor a treaty of allyship. And they really thought that their allies were being attacked by Narragansetts. It was a misunderstanding, and after a lot of uneasy trying to feel each other out, because each one viewed the other as the other, they kind of sat down and joined in an uneasy situation and had a feast together. That was really what it was, but that's not the story that gets told. That's
no, absolutely not.
And it's like, there's been efforts, and not, I've seen people refer to it as the I forget the name, what they refer to it as, but it was a way that they sanitized.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Great Feast or something like that.
No,
like a Charlie Brown title.
Yeah, and they sanitized a lot of these issues, like what the American Revolution really started over. If you listen to indigenous professors, and I'm talking about guys that are, accredited, they have this shit together, and they're also accredited professors and teachers.
Mm-hmm.
These aren't people that are, crackpots sitting around marinating their fucking brains on tinfoil hat material shit, These are guys that are very lucid and articulate and very well educated, that actually have proof. I mean, they got receipts. They've legit got receipts. And they're like, no. Here's the deal. The American Revolution was because these guys, these second sons of the British nobility, and this is where the second sons thing comes into play. They got these land grants. They came here to build their wealth. Why? Because the second sons, they weren't able to inherit fuck all from titles or anything. The first son inherited everything. That's primogeniture. And that has, goes way back to 4th century Salic law. So not only were women excluded, but so were any sons that weren't the firstborn sons. So these second sons came here with their land grants, and they're the ones who owned slaves while wanting freedom from their sovereign and complained that they themselves were slaves. And there were a lot of Tories, which ended up being the people who went north and founded Canada, or are now Canadians today. But these Tories, or loyalists as they were called, they saw the hypocrisy in this and thought, well, this is outrageous. How can people who own slaves to build their own wealth bitch about how they're slaves to the king? Like, this isn't computing. This is like cognitive dissonance. So this is was all baked in. And the motivation for this was really because at the time of the American Revolution, Britain was looking to get out of the slave trade, which would have made it illegal in all the colonies as well.
Right.
There was another factor. The British Crown had treaties with the leaders of all the First Nations on the North American continent. All of them. The Mohawk, you've heard the story of Joseph Thayendanegea.
No,
I can speak
haven't
a little
actually.
Mohawk. I've sojourned among these people. I can tell you about my friends in Ganasataki and Akwesasne and the Six Nations. And no, my 4th grade teacher is wrong. The Mohawks are not all dead now. I spent some time closing down roads with them and blocking highways as recently as 2014.
Wow.
Yeah, I have
That's
quite an
awesome.
interesting life,
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, these treaties that were agreements between the Crown and the leaders of these First Nations, especially the Six Nation Confederacy, of which the Mohawk people kind of took the lead. They were known as the Guardians of the Eastern Door. The name Ganasataki means people of the Great Flint. Okay. They had treaties, and according to those treaties, that stipulated how much the colonists could expand land ownership wise and what would restrict their rights, because the Crown also was trying to give consideration to the people that were already living here. Not because the Crown wanted to be, a good guy or a good gal if it was a queen, but because it costs money and resources and disrupts trade to have a fucking war.
Yeah, absolutely.
You understand me? There was some reason behind this. Well, the colonists, who were these second sons, they didn't want to be restrained. And law professor Robert A. Williams, who is a Lenni Lenape Native American, he gives a good rundown on this, on the doctrine of discovery, and how it was manifest destiny, and this idea from these second sons, these colonists, the ones who got the land grants, that they wanted to just thumb their nose at the treaty rights that the Crown made with the natives. They didn't want to have to honor these treaties. They wanted to move west and take the whole fucking continent for themselves and build up their own wealth. And they wanted to have
probably where the legend of the cowboys settling the West came from too.
Yes, and and yes, they wanted to not relinquish slavery, because slavery actually helped them build more wealth to make manifest destiny possible. And this is something that the right will push back and say, oh, that's a lie. That's just politically correct newspeak. No fucking isn't. This is actually verified.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because I've watched a lot of Ben Shapiro and what's the PragerU. I've watched it because I wanted to make sure I wasn't just pushing out you know what I'm saying, just listening to one side.
Oh, me too, because, I'll tell you what, I don't really lean right, but that doesn't mean I think people on the right are wrong all the time.
Right.
Two rights make a wrong, but three rights make a left. Quote Gallagher, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have friends on both sides of the political spectrum.
Well, and I'll be honest with
they
you,
both
like
have-
PragerU, they do a good job of making you
Yeah.
think that what they're saying is true. I mean, they really do.
Yeah, but it's like when you can find, and it's hard because the victors always get to write history, and it's the vanquished who are silenced. But when we look at our own culture and we look at the hypocrisy, the cruelty, and the oppression against women, against indigenous people, against black people, against poor white dudes who didn't own fucking property, against disabled people. Okay. I mean, there was a time when epileptics were executed because they were thought to be demon possessed and they were burned at the fucking stake. I'm not making this up. I mean, feel free to fact check my ass, honey.
I mean, look, no, there's literally still doing electroshock therapy now. So I mean, I know, but it's like it's just so stunning to hear, or shocking to hear, because it's such a There's, like I said, there's so many phrases like that are true, and they don't shake people. I will say this, so we're thinking about all the viewpoints, I guess. What would you say to somebody who would push back and say it was more human nature, or that if it wasn't America in this empire situation, like, you know, having all this power right now, that it would just be Britain or China and they would be just as dangerous or more so?
Well, I would say we can't speculate on the what ifs. We have to only look at what has been. And you know, we have one or two choices. We can either try to fix shit now and put ourselves on the right side of history for once, or not.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter what.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter two shits what could have, would have, should have, but didn't. What matters is what is. And when you have people saying, well, both sides this, both sides, that's like, wait a minute, hold up. I've seen one side who wants to get the 1619 project, which is when the first slaves were brought over here. Okay, that's why it was called the 1619 project. Mm-hmm. And they are saying, oh, you know, to black people, oh, you're trying to shove critical race theory down our throats and make all white people into evil. No. Are there black people who hate on white people because of what they've suffered? Yes. Are there other non-whites who hate whites because they feel we're all bad guys? Yes. Does that make it right? No. But I, having been a volunteer on the American Scorecard Project because of my penchant for uncovering hidden data so that we could get an accurate gauge for the depth, scope, and breadth of poverty in this country, which has been swept under the carpet and, for all intents and purposes, denied for the past 50 years, for like as long as I've been alive, plus 4 years, okay? And given that that's my forte, I really have an issue when anybody wants to suppress knowledge, especially if it's history and, you know, there's an ongoing past practice of denying that history or silencing people who try to, you know, tell that history. It makes me want to ask the question, and this is the Grail question we should all ask, because this isn't a left thing or a right thing. This is called a let's tell the truth thing. And that question we should all ask when we are confronted with something is, cui bono? Whom does the Grail serve? Who's benefiting? Cui bono is Latin for who is.
Yeah, that is 100%. And I tell that to people who watch Maddow and Hannity respectively all the time. Like, literally, why are there why do they say what they say? Because they have advertisers. Like, it's that simple.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you know, whose interests are being served by suppressing slave narratives? Whose interests are being served by suppressing the truth about how women have been treated and are still treated in this society? Whose interests are being served by denying the depth and degree and severity of life-threatening poverty in this country, which has been an ongoing and continues to be a problem.
I mean, it's worse than ever. Literally, in Alabama, they will literally work you 40, 50 hours at a job that pays 14 or 15 if you're lucky, and then not give you any insurance. No, you know what I'm saying? Like,
they do it here too. And we get less than that. The minimum wage in my state's like 7. And
yeah, no, it's 7 here. I'm saying, like, if you're really like talented, you might have that. But on the other side of it, you still have no health insurance. You're still, not saving any money. It's an automation.
Yeah.
I mean,
every store now, Walmart's is going to be going full automation. And there was a thread, I don't know if it was on Facebook or Twitter. Facebook. Swear to God.
It's so bad.
It is.
So
it's
bad.
like every time I go on Facebook, my IQ drops 50 points. I got to stay off that shit.
Yeah. But look, I'm telling you, I know you haven't experienced it, so it's hard to believe, but TikTok people, Pelissa Campbell, if you've ever seen her on Twitter, was getting no interaction, went on TikTok, has hundreds of comments and stuff. So think about it. Just think of if you have a mobile phone.
Yeah, but I'm legally blind in one eye. So it's like, well, I can still technically see well enough to drive, but only during daylight hours if I was only rich enough to afford a shitty used car. I can't see well enough to use the display on the phone.
Okay.
So these platforms that are not accessible by large screen display with a computer are inaccessible to me as a woman with a disability. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, you can still upload. So if you can record like less than a minute videos, you can still put them up there. So maybe that's something we'll think about getting for you just in case.
I think
if you get views, you get views, And you have so much to say. You have so much to say. Just on race alone, you would be a popular figure.
Just on poverty alone. I mean, it's like one of
the guys
is a fucking data scientist, and because one of the HFM people said, oh, you better report to Jacqueline. She's in charge of this. And the guy's like, okay, what do you need me to do? And I'm like, well, put the Python down for now. First of all, I said the best thing would be if you could use F#, but I get it if you can't. I know a little bit about how to code too before I got I walked away from that because I wasn't getting a chance for a job as a middle-aged woman. So I said, fuck it. But anyway, this guy, he said, what can we use to gauge, to get a feel for how severe poverty really is in this country? I says, well, here's a thought, Sherlock. How about unclaimed bodies in morgues? Every county in the United States, every county in every state in the U.S. has at least one county morgue that's attached to a hospital. Now, why is what does unclaimed bodies have to do with this? Who leaves the bodies of loved ones unclaimed?
People who don't have any loved ones.
Who else?
People who can't afford to bury them.
You got it. The number of unclaimed bodies in morgues throughout the country has increased exponentially over the past 7 years.
That is so sick and dark.
And I provided the data for that. That's why it's called the Hidden Data Project. And these fellow Yang Gang guys, these are all young kids. They're all like geniuses with their software development shit. They were like, that's impressive as fuck. How did you know to do that? You're a genius. And I'm like, bruh, I was born to think outside the box.
So how did the round table ever lose you? Or did you just not find it
I walked
rewarding?
away because I felt, well...
I mean, we're recording, so it's up to you what you want to go into, but I'm just curious.
I felt that, well, I wanted to focus 100% on getting hidden data done, number one. Number two, I really took exception to some of the more privileged people who think they're poor when, no, it's like poor is when you're fucking homeless. You're probably going to die from a septic dental infection. You have no family to take you in and help you. And because you have no kids, you can't get any help from any of the existing social programs. And you know what? I happen to know a hell of a lot about that. Having escaped from a human trafficking situation at the age of 17 with nothing but a 7th grade education and the clothes on my back, no fucking money, nobody to help me rebuild my life. And a fuck ton of selfish people out there in society who had the I've got mine's fuck you attitude. I'm 54 years old. I didn't make it this long in my life because of being stupid.
Oh no, I know.
That's why I'm a not dead human trafficking statistic. So it's like when I was trying to say about how, look, this is how bad it is. And there's people in Yang Gang that need help in order to be the face for UBI, because people are operating under a misnomer that poverty is not all that bad, that there's all these social programs out there and that everybody is able to get helped and that the poor are taken care of, the disabled are taken care of, and people that are down on their luck are being taken care of, when it's like, no, fucking not.
I mean, at all, not at all.
And when I was trying to raise these issues and talk about how I'm not getting helped and I'm putting myself out there having to beg literally, for money just to afford, things that are basic to my survival and dignity as a disabled 54-year-old woman. And I was rudely shut down, silenced, interrupted. I was like, fuck this. I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Y'all have fun. Whatever.
Was it, I don't know everyone over there.
It wasn't everybody on that podcast, mind you. It wasn't.
I know Ariel. I don't really know how to pronounce. I know Cheryl a bit.
Ariel's good people. Ariel and I are buds.
Ariel is, yeah, okay. Cheryl, he's responded quite positively to most things I've done. Caroline, I don't know very well. I think she's involved up there. I'm not sure. Faye, you mentioned, I think, right? I know Faye is in a rough situation herself, or at least that's the impression I've gotten. Well, here's what I'll say. I'm
not gonna say which one specifically that kind of got on my goat, so to speak. I will just say that it wasn't everybody.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to go into specifics. I'm just trying to say, like, I try not to judge.
When I got basically silenced and pushed aside and not supported at all, one time too many, it was like that proverbial last straw.
I hear you. And I guess, and look, I'm guilty of, I haven't been able to listen to every episode they've done. I haven't been able to, there's so much Yang Gang content, you literally can't. But hearing you, and I've talked to, you said Ariel, right? That's how you pronounce it. I've talked to him before. Quite a, not a super lot, but a good bit. Shale has been, around my Twitter for a while. They all have a lot to say. What I'm hearing from you is very different. Obviously, you've had a different life experience.
I'm like the fucking poster child of just how bad shit can get in America.
Well, and that's
trafficked at age 12, homeless, no fucking help and support, not even from any of these charities that are making bank off of these human rights crises that claim to be helping.
Oh yeah, look, that's the thing. A nonprofit can pay a salary to its CEO, so it doesn't matter if they give $1 in charity. It's still a nonprofit. Like they exist, they help people, I guess, but it's largely a business. It is. You might as well be starting a car repair store.
I call it a conscience laundering vehicle for the middle class.
A lot of it, yeah.
That provides as a double for a tax haven for the rich. That's what it is to me. There's only one nonprofit, one charity that ever helped me in my entire life. You want to know which one it was? Andrew Yang's charity, the one that was giving out money. Of course it was. The one that was giving out money so people could buy groceries, because for an entire year into this pandemic, while people who are struggling, self-employed, cobbling together gig income work or whatever the fuck, before it was all laid out what we could or could not get for PUA, which depended on pandemic unemployment assistance, which the rules for that varied from state to state to state. So somebody like in my state
Got
might be able
worse
to get
under
it,
Biden.
but somebody in Arizona might not, under the same conditions. So
Mhm.
in any way, here I was a diabetic, and because of the pandemic, we all of a sudden had nobody to help us with rides to the store so that I could use our food stamps to buy the healthy food that I need as a diabetic. And for me, it's not an option to forego it because we're talking about eating foods that can result in loss of a limb, loss of kidney function, or loss of my eyesight. Diabetes is not a fucking joke.
No, not at all.
And,
Not at
so
all.
it's like when I say, well, I can't have this or I can't have that, you got to remember, I'm somebody who wasn't always diabetic. And it's hard enough to get slapped with a major medical shit sandwich like that in your middle-aged years while you're struggling in poverty, no less, which makes it all that much more difficult to manage your blood sugar and do all these things because you don't have the fucking resources to do it. You don't have the money to eat properly. You don't have enough money to afford a shitty used car to get to medical appointments, to have the lab work done so you can get your insulin script reauthorized and what have you. And the medical care is not going to come to your fucking front door, dude. You got to go to it. So it's like, I couldn't even use my food stamps. I couldn't take my insulin. There were some times that I couldn't take my insulin because I didn't have food and I didn't have money to get food. And people say, well, there's these programs out there like food stamps. I couldn't use the damn food stamps for a whole year of the pandemic. I still have a buildup of reserved food stamps because Instacart would not accept them. And when you have no car, you have
Did they ever
nobody to
have
help.
to start accepting them? Or did they ever?
There was one
Wow.
store in my state that started accepting food stamps, and that was Aldi's, which happens to be the shittiest grocery store with the shittiest selection of healthy foods in the
That is
entire.
a weird store. I mean,
Aldi's
for somebody who can just buy stuff, like it's still a weird store.
Yeah, it's like,
So-
but it's like as a diabetic, I typically need to split my food shopping between 3 stores just to get the foods that I can have as a diabetic.
Yeah.
Okay. And all those other stores participate on Instacart, but the only one that's accepting food stamps through Instacart is Aldi's. And they didn't start accepting food stamps on Instacart until New Year's Eve.
Oh,
And
wow.
we're talking
Great.
about damn near a whole year into the pandemic, where the person that was helping us with rides couldn't help us with rides anymore. We were shut in. We can't walk across the county. Couldn't afford Ubers. And it was just, if it wasn't for getting some help from Andrew Yang's charity, you and I would not be having this conversation now because I would have died from not having, because you can't take insulin on an empty stomach. And that includes the oral version as well as the injectable. You cannot take insulin on an empty stomach or you will fucking go into a diabetic coma and die.
So
Right,
that's really what plagues me and keeps me up at night is both of us. Really, I mean, what you're saying is like you literally would have died. But I was in really dire straits when he helped me as
I
well.
felt
and
bad.
so-
I was like, bruh, fuck, man, if you weren't 1,500 miles south of me, because I remember you were going through some fucked up shit. And I said
Yeah,
to
and
Donnie,
it's-
I'm like, I know we've got a cluttered, pack-ratted up house without a heat and hot water system that works, but we got to help this younger Yang Gang dude out because, bro, he's fucking in a bad place. And at least he could hang out with us. And then even though we're not living comfortably, he'd be able to live stably because we're a little bit loony, but not in a fucking way that would, be harmful. We're loony
Well,
in
and
the
that's-
sense that, we're just very eccentric and we don't.
Look, the thing is, given a different deck of cards, I could easily see you being a professor on Bill Maher's show. And that's what's so fucked up, that people will look at you and then look at whoever that is, the woman who is on there, and not see that it's the same it's the same person. It's just a different situation, a different different luck. You
Yeah.
know, you didn't do anything that didn't lead you there. Like you did it all. You got the degree. I mean,
while homeless and eating from garbage cans and having no medical and dental care.
Yeah.
While my sister, who was my only living family member, died from ovarian cancer from lack of medical care because no kids, no help.
And I mean that statute is the fact that that's passed. They've been able to use if you don't we're putting in you have to have kids, and I'm sure they phrased it at the time as
that was
I'm
done
sure they phrased
under
it at
welfare.
the time as
That was done under welfare reform, and the idea behind
Bill Clinton in '93, right?
Yeah, Bill Clinton in 1996, and the whole premise behind it, and this is what the Republicans pushed for. It was actually a combination of neo-lib Dems, or I call them shit libs, because I come from the far left. So I call them shit libs. Not nice, but it's true. So what the shit libs like Clinton did was appease to the right, which are, as far as I'm concerned, fascists, and I have nothing to discuss with those guys. I was surprised to see Josh Hawley reach across the aisle to talk with AOC and Bernie Sanders about a UBI for everybody for the duration of the pandemic. That totally redeemed, in my view, in my eyes, some people on the right. But I came from further left than liberal.
Yeah, but then he immediately said the election was stolen. So,
and then he was behind a fucking coup that could have resulted in the same people he was handshaking across the aisle with could have cost them their fucking lives. And it's like, yeah, I think there's a good reason for trust issues at this fucking point, bruh.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like, I was able to see through making friends in Yang Gang, a lot of them who come from more right-leaning things. But when they learn how fucked up the system is and why, and that opportunities were never distributed equitably, and as you get older, doors of opportunities become, fewer and more far between and closed to you permanently because of ageism. Because of age discrimination, and on top of that, being poor and not having a fucking car. I mean, right. So it's like the whole year that people were under this misnomer that it was only working people that lost jobs that were suffering. It's like, no, there's a whole lot of poor people that are even worse off than that were suffering, who were not making it and who were struggling before COVID hit. And you want to know how bad it was? It was that the amount of help that they got was socially distanced lines painted in a fucking parking lot in Nevada for the homeless to set up their fucking tents. That was the help for the worst off in this country. And this is what I was trying to draw attention to on the podcast, that as a trafficking survivor who did all the right things, but I didn't just have a bad hand dealt to me. I had a whole fucking bad deck. So I know how bad.
So was there a problem with you that you were even asking for money? Like,
yeah, it's like that I was saying,
really?
Look, yeah. And it's like, do you really think I wanted to have to put myself out there and beg?
I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, yeah. Look, that mentality is...
And nobody,
defended you back, yeah.
Nobody
and
helped.
that mentality has been around, and I have like made an intense effort to purge everyone who tries to... Like, look, there was just somebody that had literally donated money to me, right? And then not even a month later, they're saying Andrew Yang is a white supremacist that is and he's taking money from Rand Paul, and Yang Yang is whitewashing 1/6 is what he keeps saying. And I'm like, it's crazy. And then he had also said something to me like, aren't you working or whatever? Like that really pulls you out of poverty anyway. But anyway, it's just an example of people.
If you have a car and you can get to a job, and this is the important qualifier, an employer is actually willing to fucking give you a job so you can work.
Well, and the thing is, even if all of that is true, I've had a lot of different jobs, and mainly the jobs I've applied for, I've gotten. but even if you work your ass off, it's nepotism. It's people sleeping with people and getting promoted. You know what I'm saying? That's what gets you
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
it's like the meritocracy is not real for many reasons, but that is, you know, that is one that in my life I've experienced. Like,
I know.
human beings don't promote, oh, he works well, I'm going to promote them. They promote their friends who they want to be around.
Yeah, and they
You
don't
know?
hire the person who might really be fucking sharp as a tack. They'll say, "Oh, she's an old lady. She's not gonna be a good culture fit with our organization." Or that's a poor person who can't get with the middle class program. They're not going to be a good culture fit. So it's like we never had an honest discussion in this country about the inequitable distribution of opportunity. We're not talking about equal outcomes here. I'm not for that.
Right.
I'm not, I oppose that. And I think people who on the right oppose that are not wrong for opposing that. What I do oppose is this unwillingness to be fucking honest about the fact that there's an inequitable distribution of opportunities. And some of us have suffered our entire lives of crushing poverty. And even if you decided to make everything equal opportunity right now, tomorrow, how the fuck is that going to help me? Now that I'm an older lady who's disabled, who lost vision in one eye from diabetes complications, who lost bladder function because of diabetes complications. Excuse me? We're talking about an entire lifetime of opportunity denied. Does somebody want to tell me what they feel would be the just thing to do to make anything right, any of that right by me? Because it is about justice. Make no mistake, young brother, it is about justice.
Oh yeah, UBI
And that
is
has no
justice is one of
statute of
my favorite
limitation.
things.
The arc of the universe bends towards justice. And valid claims of justice denied has no statute of limitations. So when people who have not been getting their needs met since forever are finally getting fed up because they're in their 40s, their 50s, or their 60s, and they're begging for help, not because they don't want to work or not because they're scammers or con artists or lazy, but because they legit are not able to, economically fend for themselves, because as they got older, what opportunities that might have been available when they were younger are permanently now no longer available. And when they were younger, the inequitable distribution of opportunities had shut them out even then. And this is the difficult conversation that people don't want to have, because, and I'll tell you why they don't want to have it, because nobody wants to be made to feel like they've been unjustly enriched or unjustly benefited off of any kind of systemic failure or injustice at the expense of a whole lot of people that are fucking suffering. Nobody wants to admit that. And I understand why.
I might have to disagree with you for the first time here, and only to say,
I'm not talking just along race lines here.
no, I know.
I'm talking along social class lines. I'm talking
right
along ability lines.
Well, the only thing I'd say, I guess it's not really a disagreement, more so just I think when you say the arc of justice or the arc of the universe bends towards justice, I hope it's true, but I hear people like former President Obama say it, and I just go, is it though? Is that? I'm not a historian, obviously. You seem to know your history, so I do. When you say it, I believe that you're saying it from a position of logic, not just saying it.
Let me qualify it. It bends towards justice with a whole lot of help from people like you, Yang Gang Russ, Ariel, a lot of us who are UBI advocates, Scott Santons, Reverend Wendy Hamilton, who put our feet down and say enough's enough. We're demanding this because the cost in terms of real human casualties is too high of a price to bear for allowing this status quo to continue. So therefore, we can't continue it. Okay.
I think honestly, I'm afraid that people just don't care. And it really bothers me because a lot of them are people that are also suffering or will be when automation comes down. But I'm like, sometimes I talk to people and the conversation around this is logical. And then but Trump, the election was stolen. It gets to that. And that's the more important thing to them.
Yeah. Well, I saw something weird with Meghan McCain.
Mm-hmm.
That was on Twitter. You know who she is, right? She's the daughter of the
Oh, yes. Yeah.
John McCain.
Yeah.
She, not too long ago, suffered a very seriously difficult, painful, and disabling pregnancy and childbirth experience.
Oh, no.
And for the first time in her life, now she is somebody who's extremely wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
So she was able to get, the care that she needed for herself, but it still didn't physically heal her back to 100%, And she was able to get, help as far as nannies for her kid. She has a high status, non-blue collar, non-wage, non-labor job that she was able to take the time that she needed to recover, physically recover from this, extremely, extraordinarily difficult and, might I add, dangerous pregnancy and childbirth. And she was able to come back on to her job as a co-host on the show The View with Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar and these other women. And the thing is, she then said, because it finally something impacted her that poor women have literally been, demanding for years. Because with poor women, where there isn't resources and there isn't social support and there isn't money, the outcomes are fucking deadly. This is why we have a high maternal mortality rate. This is why we have a high. This is why women are getting abortions, because they can't afford a pregnancy. When they say they can't afford a pregnancy, they're literally saying, I can't afford the rest of my life or my kid's life if I do this, and I'm not. No, that's a whole bag of notes. Fuck that.
I know. Yeah.
And I don't blame them.
Yeah.
If it's your body and you don't want to go through it and you don't want to put yourself at risk, all you have to do is tell me, I don't want to go through it, and that's a good enough reason for me, because the fundamental human right to bodily autonomy and bodily integrity is the sine qua non of all rights, including those which are enumerated in the U.S. Constitution. So I don't mean to go full on Socratic philosophical here. I'm like giving you a headache. But,
no, look, this is more my speed than anything else. So.
But what stood out to me with Meghan McCain is that now that she personally experienced something, now she's all about paid maternity leave for women.
Okay, so what you're telling me is basically automation is going to have to decimate the economy before these people will stand up.
It basically, it'll basically be that a whole lot of people are going to have to suffer and die, and the people who are completely off now.
I know you're right.
And this is what it takes. It is, and I don't know that it's human nature per se. I really do think it's in our culture, because America, let's face it, we have a culture of cruelty. We have a culture of cruelty that was founded on hypocrisy and lies, and just trying to tell the truth about our history is enough to get you attacked. I'm not saying, I'm not saying this out of any kind of white guilt or anything like that. I'm saying this as somebody who has an appreciation for history and an appreciation for data. I mean, on the Hidden Data Project, when these other guys who have high-paying jobs as data scientists are like, well, how do we find this data? And I'm like, well, you know that every county has morgues, and you know what it means when there's bodies that aren't claimed. Wouldn't you say that that's relevant data? And I had actually.
I mean, that's a brilliant, like that's a TV show, like brilliant idea that, you know what I'm saying, that they think of. That's very good.
And it's like, this is how my mind works. And it was in that vein that I really didn't want to see all this acrimony and people accusing those who are pushing for the 1619 project. I mean, 1619 project is a PDF book that's actually been made available for free to the public at the Pulitzer Center. I read the whole book over the last weekend. Read the whole book.
Did you?
Yes, I did. And there was nothing in it that made me feel bad as a white person that said, oh, gee, shame on you for being white. What stuck out to me was, holy shit. We have a lot of suppressed history. Now, what else has been suppressed? And the reason why that stuck out in my mind, for me, is because we can't solve the problems we have if there is an unwillingness and an outright opposition to having an honest conversation about what the fucking problems are. If we can't have an honest conversation about the problems of poverty, about the problems of, different, and, groups of people being wholesale deprived of fucking rights, deprived of access, then what hope do we have of really being able to come up with a solution that works? Because in order to have a solution that actually works, you have to gauge what the fucking problem is and the depth and degree of it. And if we can't even have an honest conversation about poverty in this country, and on the fact that there was never enough opportunities to go around for everybody. Number one, there never was. Never. I mean, in this country, when LBJ passed his Great Society programs, which were met with a lot of opposition and resistance at the gate, we actually had, people starving to death in Appalachia. Newborn babies legit starved to death. I'm not making this up.
Oh, no.
I was 2 years old when LBJ was president. Do I remember shit from when I was 2? Only one thing I remember when I was 2. Well, no, 2 things. I remember the moon landing on a black and white TV, and I was bored as fuck because I was wondering what all the adults were excited about looking at this round thing on a black and white screen. And I'm like, bored because I didn't grasp it. My 2-year-old brain was like wanting to, think in colors and do other things. The other thing that I remember, it's kind of embarrassing.
Oh.
It's the typical thing that a little 2-year-old Jay would get herself into trouble with, and I'll just leave you draw your own conclusions.
Okay.
Okay. But it was something really stupid and embarrassing. And I'll give you a hint. It gave me a fear of water for a long time until I went into the ocean and got swept out by a rip current and thought I was on a water ride.
Oh,
I'm serious. I was 8 years old. I'm having a good time. And I got swept out by a rip tide. And I'm like waving to my grandmother on the shore. And she's freaking out to the lifeguards. And I'm like, I was having a good time. I'm thinking that I'm on this water ride. This is
right.
And then it's like, okay. And the buoyancy that is present in salt water, especially in the North Atlantic, is very salty. You don't have to be a swimmer to be able to stay afloat. It's great. And then I caught the longshore currents coming in because I saw waves going back in. And I was like, oh, another water ride to take me back. And I would get tumbled around in the waves. And it was kind of, really kind of overpowering, but at the same time fun. And it was like, yeah, I want to go back out and do it again.
And you weren't fighting it. That's the key, right? If you fight it, you get.
I didn't know to be afraid. I did not know to be afraid. And because I wasn't afraid, my little 8-year-old brain at the time thought, this is a water ride. This is fun. This is cool.
That's incredible. And it really is a lesson in sometimes it's better to not be like extremely well versed in something. If you don't know, you might be better off.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things that sometimes ignorance can, yes, fucking be bliss.
Yeah.
And but the point being is that the experience that I had when I was 2 years old, that initially I did have a fear of water. It's kind of embarrassing. I fell through the toilet when I was being toilet trained, and my ass hit
Oh,
the water. And
oh, yeah, I hear you. I mean,
you
yeah.
know what I mean? And I remembered that, and I remembered the moon landing. This happened when I was 2 years old. I remember that. You know,
Well,
but
people don't really think about how, I mean, America's young. China is 3,000 years old. They have had, what is that? Is that a century? No, that's
the
100 years.
U.S. is 400 years old.
Yeah, I mean,
North
it's,
America is 40,000 years old.
yeah, well,
The Mohawks,
and there were
they've been
people here well before.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the indigenous communities, the ones that remain, they've been here for tens of thousands of years. They have, like, the Mohawks, they kept records of who they traded with.
So what
With
is
a
it?
bead
Is it
system known as
media?
wampum.
Is it media? Like, how do you shake people who are so in today that they think America is, 1 billion years old? Like, that's basically how they function. They think what is and what has always been. How do you actually, like, shake them from that? Is it going to take a movie like Jurassic Park, but, for a tribe that's, 40,000 years old? I mean, what does it?
I'll be honest with you. A part of me really despairs of this, kind of like Diogenes, the ancient Greek philosopher who was the, founding father, if you will, of the school of cynicism. He roamed the streets of Athens with a lantern looking for one honest man.
Oh, man.
Okay, you know who I'm talking about, right? Diogenes. He told
I don't, but that's incredibly interesting.
Yeah, and Diogenes just had no faith in his fellow man because he saw most of humanity as being self-centered, manipulative shit asses. He lived in a barrel. Um, he was just very antisocial. This guy was very antisocial, and
This might be me. I just didn't know it. I was reincarnated.
I mean, I don't know. Did you publicly urinate on anybody at a public feast? Because Diogenes did that.
I've wanted to.
See, I don't know, man. You must have a kindred spirit there. Maybe you are Diogenes. But
no, that sounds
I mean,
like me because I've been so just
it's
done with humanity.
It's like people who claim to be humanity first, and then I'm out there begging for help because I legit have no way. I don't have, what skills I have, nobody's been willing to pay me for.
Right.
And without a car, I mean, I was applying for jobs that were remote only. Oh, that's great. Can you come into the office for an interview? And if we like you, we will set up training, but the training is 5 days in the office.
Yeah, I saw you. That's your pinned tweet right now, I think.
Yeah, the office is clear across the fucking county for me, 20 miles across the county. I can't get there. And I can't afford a used car that, is going to get me there. And the reason I can't is because with a repo and a bankruptcy on our record, the only way I'll ever be able to get a used car is if I can pay cash in the barrelhead for one. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now that used cars have gone up in price by 29.7% in the past year alone, I mean, I'm good at trading, and the PUA benefit helped me so that I wouldn't have to dip into my trading account to keep the lights on and the water on. But there's not enough money to afford a car, so I can, even with the disabilities that I have, to at least get that job where I only had to come in for...
Right, you could have at least gotten that done and then been able to make money at home.
I would have been able to make money at home.
What, can I ask you what it was? Was it a clerical or?
It was a call center job.
Okay, gotcha.
Following up on, and it was actually where you're following up on things that have to do with insurance claims and warranties and whatnot.
Well, I don't see why with the news people and everyone being on Zoom, why I had to be a come in
This
and
is why
train
I
thing.
took this is why I took such an exception when I saw other people, another person who was begging for help because she literally had less of a platform than I do, if you can imagine that. I mean, at least I'm known in different circles because I've been around a long fucking time. I'm known in the anti-trafficking community because I'm a survivor leader. I'm known on the left because I was speaking out and writing about neoliberalism and class oppression and poverty since forever. And since, universal basic income, I've been championing Andrew Yang to the high heavens, and defending other Yang gang from getting attacked every step of the way, because that seems to be, a big thing and a lot of the attacks are coming from the progressives, which really is just, stunningly fucking stupid.
Progressive to me, honestly, at this point means brain dead because it does not mean whatever the hell they think it means.
It's like that meme. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, for real. I'm like, if you're a socialist or a communist, say that shit. Quit telling me you're a progressive. You know what I'm saying? You're either a neoliberal, a socialist, communist, right winger. Like, what are you? I don't want to hear progressive.
I've met progressive people in Yang Gang. They are left-leaning libertarians.
That too. I shouldn't leave that out. But I never use the word libertarian because people always get either really angry or really happy, and like I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, libertarians they kind of have a bad rap because of Ayn Rand or whatever her name is. But there's a lot of left-leaning libertarians who are Georgists, and they hold with the land value tax. And
yeah.
So it's like there's a whole lot of people across the spectrum that.
I knew it was bullshit before this, but like when I talked to Zoltan and people had been accusing, Zoltan is fun.
I think he's nuts.
Oh, you do? Okay, well look, maybe you're one of the people I can help change. So.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I just think he's fucking nuts.
Okay, I gotcha. And perhaps he would agree, but when I saw people calling him a fascist or saying that his solutions were like, he was trying to control, and I asked him and then talked to him, and he was like, no, I'm humanity first. I like Andrew Yang. I think UBI is great. You know what I'm saying? It was a real turning point because I was like, okay, so these people literally. This is not a well-known guy, but they literally did no research. Like they literally clicked on there.
Where did they get fascist? I thought he was just Looney Tunes because he had a coffin on top of his van. And it's but you knew him. Fucking nutcase.
You knew him back then, and that really is like my.
I saw him when he was pissed off when the markets first shit the bed because of COVID, and he was like, pulling his hair out, and I said, "Psst, Zoltan. Couple of calls on the VIX, FYI."
I don't know what that means.
Call is an option, and VIX trades opposite the SPY. The SPY is the ETF that tracks the S&P 500.
Okay.
Now, before the Fed Reserve was buying assets from the indices, before the Fed Reserve was buying shares of the SPY and shares of the Russell and shares of the fucking Dow, the VIX was really good for making money in periods of high volatility when the SPY would tank. But after the Fed Reserve kind of buttressed the indices, the VIX didn't really have that much allure when it came to a counterplay for volatility or a market tank. You're better off just like shorting. But at the time, the Fed wasn't doing that yet. There was no real plan at that point for what to do because things were going south very fucking fast. And Zoltan was tripping, and this was on Facebook. And I'm like, bro, 2 calls on the VIX, And I said, just chill, But I didn't have really any opinion of his politics. I just thought, this is a guy who's fucking whacked out weird. But then
so have you ever seen him on Rogan?
So who am I to say he's not normal? But fuck, I mean, dude drives around the coffin on top of his van. That just to me freaked me out. I never saw anything that he wrote that would come across as particularly
Have you ever seen him on Joe Rogan or anything?
No.
Okay.
And I don't follow Joe Rogan because, quite frankly, I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan. I'll tell you who I do like. Jimmy Dore.
Oh man, so I just made a video about him and Anna the other day, and
did he fuck up in public again?
Well, she says he sexually assaulted or harassed her, and I obviously in this day and age, I'm not supposed to say anything, but I believe her. But honestly, I don't know who to believe because I really trusted Anna and Jake for a long time. Then I saw them blatantly lie and AOC carry on that lie. And, she's in office because they funded
Anna
her,
and Jake are shit libs.
Well,
that's what those of us on the far left, that is what I, in my old days of being on the far left, would have called them. Today, right. I would call them
It's what Anna would call, Pelosi. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is because she's playing that role.
Yeah.
But before Russia and Trump, they call themselves homo progressives. It's kind of a joke now, but they really were getting, AOC and Ilhan and, these progressive young women in office. That's all a long way of saying I never disliked Jimmy. I was more a Young Turks viewer, like for them. But now I'm just like, I think they've all kind of settled into their money, and I don't think they're fighting for people. And now that's not to say you shouldn't watch Jimmy or whatever, but
I think Jimmy Dore sometimes puts his foot in it. Because nobody's perfect, okay? Let me get this straight. There's episodes of Joe Rogan that I did watch that I did like. There's other episodes where he made my skin crawl. He made my skin want to crawl right off my ass and fucking run and yell for help. But
God, what was that? What did he say that was that?
It actually wasn't him. It was a guest that he had on, and I don't even
remember. Okay.
Because people that are that off-putting, I don't give them free rent in my head. I
hear you.
I forget about them and just keep on keeping on kind of thing. Unless it's so outrageous and egregious that I absolutely have to speak out.
Right.
This was more like a cringe skin crawl thing. And I was like, man, fuck this.
Well, and just as an aside, not that I'm a huge Joe Rogan defender, but I think even he has some guests where he would say, yeah, don't listen to that. Like, it was terrible. And he's quite fair to like, Candace Owens or Bernie or whoever it is. He tries to, give them.
Jimmy Dore, I don't agree with everything he says. But I will say this, when he does call out bullshit, he does so fearlessly. And that is such a unique quality. That's what I like about him.
Well, and that's what's crazy is Anna and Jake are the first people that you would, from a impression, or if you're not, they've never done anything against you, you'd think they're fighters. They say call out the bullshit and but we know now that that's mainly an act. It's Jimmy for them.
Dore,
they're doing it for them.
I don't know. I've never heard anything about him sexually harassing anybody, but I'll tell you one thing.
This is brand new. It's her saying, it was a class with my students, and he made a comment about my dress. Him saying she was wearing a dress so short that you could see up it basically without effort. And he made a joke, and the whole TYT staff room laughed at her. To be honest, I'm kind of more on the side of what Jake and Anna are saying, but I'm biased. I did listen to them for longer. Even if I don't like them now, I'm still, you know what I'm saying, in that mindset of them. But what would you, from that very quick scenario, do you think it's likely a woman in a workplace was doing what Jimmy said, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, obviously. I'm not.
We live in a culture where women's ability to economically survive depends on our value to the male gaze.
So you think it's likely she might have been wearing something very
So.
inappropriate?
And I think there's a reason why, and that is we see who for women to get ahead, and this isn't nice to say this, but again, this goes back to the inequitable distribution of opportunities. Radical feminists of my generation are nothing like the self-styled feminists of today. The self-styled feminists today will tell you that if you compliment a female friend saying she looks nice, that is sexual harassment. It's not.
Which is absolutely wild.
Which is absolutely the most craptastic, assholeian bunch of shit I've ever heard of. A good friend of mine named Angelo, who's Yang Gang. You may know Angelo.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Angelo, in the past, got fired from a job because he introduced himself to the bank tellers he was working with as a security guard, just told him his name. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I thought that was crazy that one of those women said, this creepy guy came, no, saying, oh, I'm Angelo, how you do? I'm new here. I'm on, I work in security. That's not making an unwelcome sexual advance.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just not. Now, I've sporadically held jobs before I would get fired because background checks and, the underage prostitution record I didn't know was hanging over my head like a sword of Damocles, which wasn't expunged under vacature laws until I was 47. Good luck trying
that really helped a lot. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. When my working age years are almost done. Yeah, thanks. Do me a favor and don't do me no favors. You suck at it, right? But a job that I had for about 3 months was working as a maintenance mechanic in physical plant in a hotel. Okay. And if it would have been a high-class, swanky enough hotel to have security guards, if there would have been somebody hired on the security detail and they didn't come to physical plant and housekeeping and introduce themselves, I'd be suspicious as fuck. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Physical plant runs the whole fucking hotel. We were a skeleton crew that had to, because the hotel that didn't want to fucking pay for properly replacing shit like the gas-fired iron that you had in the hotel laundry that would, iron the fucking hotel sheets and all that shit.
Right.
Talking about something that is the size of my living room that you could fucking walk in that had gas jets and shit. We're talking about a big device.
A dangerous device.
A very dangerous. We had actual lockout, tagout procedures for going in and doing, maintenance work on it. And the maintenance work was just keeping it cobbled and limping along because the hotel chain was legit too cheap to pay for proper parts replacement or machine replacement itself to have a working thing. So they just, have us keep it jerry-rigged and everything. And I was, being a woman, I was the only female on maintenance in physical plant. I was also, at the time, I was a very small, petite girl, right? So these other guys that were bigger than me, they had a much harder time fitting in there, but I could get in there. And I'd have one of the guys from maintenance, keep watch, because housekeeping, these women would come in, they'd have, sheets that they'd have to then put through the iron. You had to have someone watch so that they wouldn't turn this thing on, which was like basically standing room crematorium oven we're talking.
Right.
All right. So it's like the machine itself was, locked out and tagged out according to MSDS safety procedure. Plus I had backup. Now with a crew of 4, including our boss, who we called Stumpy, because he was short. I mean, this guy came up to here on me, and I'm short. I mean, I'm 5'2", and Stumpy came up to here.
Oh, wow.
All right. But you didn't ever want to piss him off by calling him Stumpy, because this guy would legit throw sections of oak wood dance floor deck squares.
Oh my God.
It's like, you come in to fucking punch in. If Stumpy's having a fucking tood that morning, it's like, you just sneak the fuck out and pretend to punch in later and just say.
If only you could have filmed your job back then.
Oh man, I was snowbound with 9-inch nails and fucking, who the hell was it? This is why I never cared for like rock star celebrity types. It was when we had a really bad blizzard, and these celebrity guys, these rock stars were acting like, the whole hotel had to kiss their asses. They were like bitching they wanted fucking ice in their ice machine.
Oh my God.
It's like, you want ice, motherfucker? How about I throw your ass out the fucking window, because we got 6 feet of fucking ice and snow outside. I mean, these guys, 9-inch nails, Marilyn Manson, that's who it was. Anyway.
Oh, it was Marilyn Manson? That's funny.
Marilyn Manson and 9 Inch Nails. It was two.
Wow.
So anyway, the 9 Inch Nails guy was bitching and pissing and moaning that he wasn't getting his ass kissed, you know, because he was this rock star snowflake motherfucker. And I just fucking had it. Because I was having to live there until the travel restrictions got lifted. Because at the time, then Governor Tom Ridge closed down all the fucking roads throughout the state. We had a legit winter emergency in effect. We had 6 feet of fucking snow. I mean, to get into the hotel where I lived 2 blocks away from it, I had to go out my 2nd floor window, fall onto a snowdrift, and flounder my way through snow. It took me 4 hours to make it in. When I got in, I had to remain on duty and literally live there until I could be relieved by our boss. There was only 2 of us in physical plant who were able to make it in. And the other guy was up on the roof trying to get the snow off the hotel roof with a fucking industrial sized blower machine so that the roof of the hotel wouldn't collapse under the weight of the snow. So that left me in charge of a 235 room hotel that was complete. There was like no vacancy at all because people were stranded. They could not leave to catch their flights. Planes were grounded. Roads were shut down. And here's this rock star guy bitching that he couldn't get ice cubes. The elevator door. I just fucking put my hand there and I said, let's get this straight. I'm not in housekeeping. I'm in maintenance. You want ice, motherfucker? How about I throw you ass out the window? You can have all the ice for all your beer that you want. We're in the middle of a state emergency. Do you get that? You get it? Now, this guy was pretty much taller than me, and I'm only a little girl. And he just like backed up. I was mad. I wasn't in the mood to be trifled with. And
that's incredible.
I called Stumpy. I said, Stumpy, I'm sorry. I kind of blew a 50 amper on a customer. This is what happened. I said them fuck sticks with 9 Inch Nails. They thought that they were more important than every other guest who's stranded in the hotel. And I told him what happened because I figured that sooner or later,
you might as well.
I might as well just. I didn't get written up for this. I didn't get fired. I'm surprised. But Stumpy was like, good. I hate them fucking blah, 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 expletive deleted motherfuckers that have hair long enough to wipe their ass with. Yeah.
God, I wonder where he's at these days. You know?
Oh, man. But it's like, so it's like there are some more stories that I can share with how people from the more comfortable classes have treated those, who didn't get to occupy.
Yeah, it's terrible.
In the middle of a fucking blizzard, you have these fucking these so-called these rock stars.
We're talking literally going to bars, spending $900,000 and not tipping, $900,000 an evening and not tipping. I mean,
this is the same kind of assholes that bitch about not having their ice machine working to put ice in their fucking drinks when we're in the middle of a winter emergency and a fucking freak ass one time in 100-year blizzard shut down the whole damn state.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, fuck the other 230 guests in the hotel. We're 9 Inch Nails. We're fucking special. Yeah, you're special, all right. Special like sport bus.
How did we hang on? We started on that because of what were we talking about? There was something I wanted to follow up on that before we got to you working there. Let's see, what was it? Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess it'll come back up if it's that important. but
it's like so it's like this country never had an honest conversation about the fact that there was never enough opportunities to go around for everyone, and of the opportunities that were available, they weren't even fucking equitably distributed. That it was a lot of it's based on nepotism. And, the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was passed in 1991 or 92, which was basically fighting to give people with disabilities, equal access to society so that we could live accessible, and economically secure
It's
lives like everybody else.
Unbelievable that before that there was not wheelchair ramps. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy because I've lived, my whole life in a society where that exists. And to think of a time when, you were having to either, pick up the chair and it's just,
When I was in college, and this is going back 20 years ago, and I was a non-traditional age, remember, poor Gen X. I was in school with a lot of all my classmates were millennials. And there was a classmate of mine, also, math major. She ended up suffering some major injuries from a car accident. And for the remainder of the semester, she had to be in a wheelchair. She was eventually able to get the physical therapy and walk. I mean, by the time it was senior year, she walked down to get her diploma along with the rest of us.
Thank God, yeah.
But for the time that she was in a wheelchair, the disability accessibleness solution for her was to, what was for the university, and this is a state college. This wasn't a private college. This was a fucking publicly funded institution. Was for the administration to offer to make the classes accessible to her by hoisting her up through the fucking garbage chute in one of the fucking buildings to the, This is why, and this was in the late 1990s, like 5 years after the ADA was passed.
What, did they give them 10 fucking years to do it or something?
Well, they now,
or did they just not do it?
No, they just didn't do it. She had to actually fight to get individualized instruction from the professor for that particular class, because I'm sorry, being hoisted up a fucking garbage chute is.
No, I mean, like, did the university had they not done it because they had a time period after that bill was passed, or were they just ignoring it completely?
They were just ignoring it.
Oh my God.
Disabled people have been having to fight for the most basic fucking things since forever. I mean, I remember pre-curb cut America. I remember pre-disability accessible ramps. I remember pre-handicap parking America. I'm 54 years old. I remember.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you think that's why people like Pelosi and the people in power look at the young people complaining and go, it's unjustified, because they think about all those things that have changed and they feel like they've done enough?
I think that's part of it. And I'm not saying that that's an invalid point of view. I'm saying it's incorrect.
Yeah, it's not enough,
I'm going to tell you why. First of all, it's not younger people's fault of when they were born. And if shit is happening today that's unjust and unacceptable to younger people, they have every fucking right to open up their mouths and speak out. Because when I was a younger woman, the age that you are now today, and I was speaking out for disabled people's rights for, curb cuts and wheelchair ramps and stuff, people from older generations than mine told me to shut up and stop complaining and stop being a slacker. That's what Gen X was always browbeat with. We didn't get any any of the jobs.
Oh my God, you're right. I forgot that was the motto they used, and they used the same one against this generation.
Exactly, and it's like, so the promise of the Americans with Disabilities Act was never really brought to fruition, because the idea was that people with disabilities would have an equal access to society, to an education, to a job, to access the public square. Okay, right? Access.
To be in society, to be a full member, to not be pushed into the corner.
And this is exactly why, to circle back to my original thing with Matthew Cortland's attacks on Andrew Yang, and I'm not saying that Andrew Yang couldn't have chosen better words. I mean,
it wasn't great. I mean, I love the man. It wasn't great.
It wasn't one of his shining moments, but I understood exactly what he was saying. It's one of those situations, well, it's like, there's no fucking way to polish a turd. And he wasn't really given enough time. If he
That's the other part.
If he would have been given enough time to actually think through his response better, he would have responded much better, and he would have had the time.
And to be honest, I think it is what the people in NYC wanted to hear. I know it doesn't sound good to us and to leftists, but we're also sitting here advocating for like people in poverty and people with disabilities. Most of New York City is not, that's not what they're doing day to day. So
right. And the thing is that I remember pre-disability, right, where it's like, as a child, I was dyslexic, and here's the kicker: I'm also pretty fucking smart.
Oh yeah.
But I'm also dyslexic. So when things that came easy for some kids, I couldn't succeed at, I was ignored and written off because I was only a girl, and therefore my primary function was to grow up, find a husband, get married, and my husband would take care of me, and I didn't have to be smart or good at anything. This is the difference. This is the era in which I grew up. I remember that people with disabilities were not even accommodated on the most minimal level, where if a family had a disabled child, it was common practice to dump that kid in an institution. And we're not talking necessarily mental illness. We're talking physical disabilities like cerebral palsy or being having spina bifida or some kind of physical disability. A classic example is looking at the way Joseph Kennedy, without his wife's permission or consent, had their eldest child, their daughter Rosemary, subjected to a lobotomy because she had an disability.
Oh my God.
That was a direct result of being deprived of oxygen during a difficult birth.
A lobotomy? My God. I mean, you might as well just kill her. What the?
Yeah, it's so I mean, the history of the treatment of the disabled as less thans. We had something known as the eugenics movement in this country, and a lot of people, they talk about Nazis and fascism. Well, the first targets of the Nazis in 1930s Germany weren't the Jews. It was disabled Germans who were looked upon as useless eaters. And you combine that with where did Hitler learn from? He learned from us, with the way our society treated disabled people and, people that they viewed as lesser thans, like Native Americans, they viewed as savages and heathens. The U.S. government actually, under Washington, was literally paying bounties for scalps of Native American scalps. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up.
Oh, I know. All
right.
I am.
So we have a very ugly history. We have a culture of cruelty. And that culture of cruelty includes, the attitude that if you're poor, not able to make it, fuck you, tough shit, don't complain, just suffer and die. Get out of our way. Disabled people are still being deprived of equal opportunities. The disabled community has a 90+% unemployment rate. And yet SSI doesn't pay enough to live. That's if you can even get it.
Yeah.
76% of disabled people are denied and don't even get it. But if you do get it, it's not even enough to afford to live in any state at all. And it costs more to live when you're disabled. Being disabled.
In my opinion, the only way the disability system works is if it's made extremely streamlined and it expands its definitions of disabled to almost anything, because it's just basically UBI under its label. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way it could work.
The thing is that I find it to be particularly problematic is Matt Cortland in that thing that I screen shared when he was attacking Yang. I mean, he had a field day on Yang's misstep.
Oh, I'm sure.
He was saying like how this guy, Andrew Yang, is a monster, and oh my God, he's, he hates the disabled, and he wants to return to the days where people with mental illness disabilities could be institutionalized against their will. And it's like, I just, my heart sank into my fucking shoes when I saw that, because this is a guy who has a hell of a lot of pull, and he's a very prominent disability rights advocate, but I had to disagree with him on the way to handle the flaws with the disability program, with people not getting enough money to live in lives of dignity and accessibility and economic security, number one. And number two, asset caps. No other group in the United States can be set aside as a class and, as a matter of law and public policy, denied access to economic opportunity as a matter of law and public policy.
Yeah.
Not saying that discrimination doesn't impact other groups. It sure as fuck does. But we're talking about something that, as a matter of law and public policy, states that if you are that disadvantaged because you're disabled, you have to stay below poverty to get that extra financial support that you need, precisely because you're disabled. And you need that support in order to have, an accessible and economically secure life. No other group can be set aside and denied, opportunities to build wealth, or to build, a nest egg savings for old age or anything else, but the disabled.
I mean,
and this is where I really had to take Mr. Cortland to task. But I had to do it very carefully and very prudently and judiciously, because he is a heavy hitter in the disability rights community, and a lot of people really like him. He's very popular. He's also very smart, and he's not a dumb dude. But I had to frame this in terms of, hey, look, the promise of the ADA has not been fulfilled for disabled Americans. And it's not good enough to just increase the amount of an SSI check and lift the asset cap from $2,000 to $10,000, because $10,000 doesn't even cover for a fucking.
Why have an asset cap? Why?
Exactly.
I mean, why? Is there a reason? Like, is there
if he really wanted to level the playing field for the disabled community, having no asset cap would actually be the best way to improve the program. But that would be.
I just don't see how someone who can be an advocate who claims he's disabled can even entertain the thought of keeping that. That is abhorrent.
He's somebody who has a good job now, but he himself had to rely on the same shitty program that people who don't have law degrees and high-paying jobs at think tanks have to deal with. And
I mean, to be honest with you, it's insane. Like, I know people have bad ideas and stuff. Limiting the amount of money an American person or American citizen can have is terrible as it is. But for a disability advocate to not be vehemently, I mean, is there two schools of thought? Is there in the disability rights community? Is there
there's
people
ones like
it?
There's disability rights people like me who are fucking pro UBI, pro Andrew Yang.
Okay, gotcha.
But
so
we're
it's
very
gone that
few.
direction.
We're very few. We don't really come out. We don't really wear our disability hats because
Right.
we wear many hats. We're not defined by just one thing, but we all coalesce around, because we can see the value of a social floor versus a safety net with a very fucking low ceiling. Okay?
How can the people in these disabilities rights groups not see the power of UBI? They should be the first people to stand up and want it. Why didn't they, clomb on to Andrew Yang? Or
good question. I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of self-styled so-called progressives, so-called.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the crew that could not legit revolt their way out of a shitter. All right. But they want to tell you to revolt.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
The
people that were praising the people on 1-6, basically.
Yeah. But they want to get stuck on this idea of deservingness versus undeservingness. And well, these people who are living comfortably middle-class lives, they don't need the money. That might be true. But everybody who's not in the top 10% or even in the top 1% is at danger of, life throwing them a snake eyes at any given point. As a disability advocate, if anybody should know this, Attorney Matthew Cortland should. that statistically 10% of the American population at any given time is going to become disabled. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And you don't know if you're going to be in that 10% and life is going to throw you snake eyes. You know, so we're talking about a non-trivial number of people to justify a means-tested program that serves to make the promise of the Americans with Disabilities Act an empty promise and a fucking lie. Because it goes everything against providing equality of accessibility and opportunity and being a full citizen in this country. When you have, you know, asset and income caps to a program that the reason why you need the support of that program is because as a disabled person, you face more costs, at higher costs than more fortunate non-disabled people have to face just to live. But what got me so upset with Cortland is that he himself had to rely on the SSI program, and he knew how bad it was when he was talking about the need to revamp it. I'm saying, look, I think the whole problem is that it's means tested. And what we should really do is have a system where nobody has to end up destitute because of a sudden disability through illness, injury, or whatever, collapses their fucking, the floor out from underneath them, pulls the rug out from underneath them. Let's have a safety floor that you can build on, and that if something like this happens to you and you end up suffering some huge ass setbacks, you don't have to end up homeless and in a tent city and maybe die from poverty before you finally get approved for an SSI check and then have to wait another 10 fucking years to get approved for subsidized housing. Because if you're a poor adult without kids, you're lowest on the priority list for getting subsidized housing.
Yep.
You know, and in this country, just to fight to get handicap accessible sidewalks and ramps to buildings, the reason that was met with so much resistance is because our country has, as part of its cultural impetus, a very disgusting history of treating and viewing the disabled as useless eaters. This is where Hitler got the idea from for the T4 program. Okay. He took a page right out of the American playbook. And we, you know, have not yet dealt with that.
Yeah.
The fact that if anybody should know this, it should be a prominent, high-paid attorney in a think tank who is disabled and who, before he got that job, was on SSI himself, should know this. And that's what just, when I saw that.
Had he ever spoken about Yang or UBI before?
Only to the extent that there were concerns being raised in the disability community that disabled people would be get what little help that we can get ripped away from us, which ended up being
so back when AOC said what she said in the presidential
goes back
race.
further than that. This goes back when Stephanie Kelton told 30 million American diabetics that we would all die if Yang became president, because he would say, yeah, you don't get no more Medicaid, but here's your $1,000 a month, when insulin costs about that much, leaving you nothing to live on.
I can't. Oh my God.
So
that
Stephanie
might have been.
Kelton, so Stephanie Kelton, who was the senior policy advisor to Bernie Sanders at the time, she actually
Of course she was. Of course she was.
And she had come out and publicly attacked Scott Santens and Andrew Yang. And this was a months-long, drawn-out fucking battle. And by the time I came around to become Yang Gang and kind of wandered off the Bernie plantation and snuck and looked over both
yeah, I know the
like,
feeling.
oh shit, you know, I was very much well known among the far left for many years. I used to be very much a revolutionary communist. That was my sympathy.
Yeah, honestly, if Yang hadn't run, I would have been screaming for revolution last year, because I would have been a Bernie guy.
I was a Bernie guy. Well, Bernie girl. God. I'm a whoa.
But I was too until
man.
Yang. So.
Whoa, woman means whoa, man. Whoa. Yeah, I'm one of them. But the thing that opened my eyes was how these people really viewed the poor and the disabled. Like they only cared about punishing the rich to help fully able-bodied workers that had jobs.
Yes. As soon as Bernie Sanders told Crystal Ball workers and we're not ready for UBI, I said, well, that's the end of that. That was the end of that.
When I saw my former comrades attack Yang Gang Russ, who was doing the broke folk vote thing, when I saw them attack homeless interviewees who were Yang Gang and call them entitled and privileged for wanting free money without working for it.
Yeah, they made us all out to be that we just wanted free Xboxes and shit. That's what they would do. Say against us.
That's what Steve Grumbine, that was right out of the words of Steve Grumbine's mouth. He's like, they're all going to buy Xboxes and then I won't be able to afford them for my kid. Like every poor person wants to buy an Xbox. You really think so? How do you know that some of us?
I mean, and honestly, that would be 1 month. It's not like you're going to buy an Xbox every month. I mean, even if you did, it was so stupid. Oh my God.
So that is,
and that's what Andrew should have said. It's like, well, the magic of it is you could get one and then not do it. It's so ridiculous.
But I mean, when I saw that, but when I saw Stephanie Kelton eviscerating Scott Santons, I mean, she was nasty. She, really was out for blood. She attacked Scott Santons, something terrible.
Yeah.
And for the years that I was speaking out for poor people's rights, I'd recognized Scott's work. He was like kind of writing about UBI before it was popular.
Oh yeah, he's like the godfather.
It's like he didn't really talk so much about class suppression because he wasn't a communist.
Yeah.
I didn't know what he was, but I knew he wasn't left as I was back then.
Right.
But the reason why I didn't think about capitalism, it doesn't start at zero, is because nobody ever showed me till Yang came along that actually could work and could be a thing. And I thought, well, this is a lot better than a fucking bloody knockdown, drag out revolution, because revolutions are unpredictable. You don't know which way they're going to go. And you know who's going to get hurt the worst out of a revolution? The poorest, weakest, and most vulnerable.
In America, in America in 2021, we do know how it goes. The establishment wins. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're past the point where that's going to happen. So if they can't be changed, this is it. Yeah. It's like we've got to fight for something else. But
so when I saw this shit going down, and I didn't know nothing about Andrew Yang.
Yeah.
My initial knee-jerk reaction from 35 years of my brain being marinated into good, loyal communist theory. Now I'm going to say something here. The communists did have the right idea about analyzing a problem using class analysis. They were wrong in their prescription for a solution. Class analysis is a great tool for analyzing systems and structures. Great. We should use it. We should reject their preferred solution, which is punish the rich, implement this authoritarian, the state owns your ass kind of thing. That's like something that I'm not down with, to be honest with you.
Well, the other part of it is whether the state's involved or not, humans do not work well together for, an extended period. If we all had to work together to eat, it would not work. Like,
in small
the
groups it works. In small groups it works. Sometimes. But anything, and it's like the more homogenous the group, the more likely that it will work, but you're still gonna have friction.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean, China has to basically like have like 90%. I think it's Han Chinese for the majority of the country, and they're still, depending on where your position is, doing some pretty bad things to the other people. So
they are, but they've done bad things to even their own people. So it's like that's a whole can of worms that I'm not.
I know, and that's a whole nother day. We'll go into it someday.
Yeah, but the thing is that that's why a lot of Chinese came here. And now they're Chinese Americans, they're Asian Americans, they're being Americans with the rest of us. And hey, cool, that's great. Let's welcome them. Let's be cool and happy. But what I was getting at was that when I saw who I thought were my comrades who claim to be advocates for the poor, who claim to care about the poor and the downtrodden, shitting on people who can't work, who are homeless. And I saw these so-called comrades refuse to acknowledge the fact that you can legit be too poor to be able to get a job, because there is a minimum level of economic security and a minimal access to resources that you need to have in order to be able to get a job. And if you're unemployed and without an income because of nobody giving you a chance for a job, and you eventually lose everything, you can't just pull yourself up by your non-existent bootstraps. It just does not fucking work. The math don't check out. And I know this. So when I saw these attacks going on, I immediately wandered over to check out who this Andrew Yang fellow was, because I was curious now. As UBI got my attention. But one of the things that was immediate knee jerk for me is, oh, well, you're giving money to people who don't need it. And that's not going to improve the situation materially for the people who do need it, because it's just going to price everything out of their reach, because the middle class and the rich will have more money too that they don't need. Except one thing, inflation has always happened whether the poor got helped with any money or not. It happened. It happened with the rise in prices of food and gasoline in the early aughts, when inflation, of goods and costs, and we didn't have a UBI. Even the PUA, Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, it was not universal. It was not even what I would call UBI light, because it was means tested. You had to meet criteria to get it, and it was up to every state to decide what that criteria was.
And you had to get somebody on the fucking phone. I mean, you actually had to talk to someone or whatever it took, and you could not get through here anyway.
That's how it was here. I couldn't get anything until October.
Oh my God.
I never got from March to July of 2020, which would have been about 16 grand. There would have been a fucking car for us.
Yeah, a brand new one if you wanted. I mean, my God.
I don't know about brand new, but we're talking used but reliable, certified pre-owned.
Yeah.
But
and a savings.
But the thing is that we never got that. I finally got on the PUA program after the thing for the original CARES Act had expired. And I got, in my state, it was like the lowest amount. Okay. And that was $195 a week. And after taxes taken out, $180. And of course, I opted to have taxes taken out because I saw that other people were kind of worried about getting hit with a tax hit. So I was like, well, I'm going to head this off at the pass. I'm going to elect to have taxes taken out. But it's like $180 a week is a lot better than the zero that I had been struggling. And my husband, who is 78, gets a little over $1,000 a month in Social Security old age benefit. That's nowhere near enough for two people to live.
No.
And if nobody was giving me a chance for a job as a socially disadvantaged middle-aged woman before I got sick, before we lost our vehicle to repossession, and before I became disabled from diabetic complications, what the fuck makes anybody think I can just go get a job now? Yes, I have skills and talents. Find somebody who's willing to pay me for them. I know
that's the worst part of this society. You're incredibly bright, and it doesn't help at all. You could be dumb as a box of rocks and be just as well off, and that's what's worse. That's the worst part.
What's worse is that there's people who are dumb as a box of rocks who fell in a bucket of shit because they had a horseshoe shoved up their ass from birth, and they got to live good, comfortable lives.
Yeah.
And it's like, seriously, what the cinnamon toast fuck is going on here?
But it also actually posted a video earlier about, Nietzsche's old thing about you have to suffer and to have, go through trauma to have empathy or basically be a, smart, good person. And I don't know if I believe that, but I think that it's helped me as much as I haven't wanted to be in trauma. It's helped me to see the other side of it and not be as selfish or as cruel. But
I mean,
you
it's like
know.
that can go both ways. It's just that there's a lot of people
Yeah, it can
who
make
don't,
you a cruel, heartless person for sure. For
not only
sure.
that, but there are people that never had to suffer the depth and degree of deprivation that I have and that you have, that still have empathy for other human beings and don't want other people to
Oh
ever have
yeah.
to
Oh
fucking
yeah.
suffer that like that bad.
But
And then there's
outside of
other,
Yang Gang, how many do you really think there are? I mean, I don't know, man.
it's a mixed grill. I would say I'm really surprised to see them in something that's all about humanity first when I've seen a lot of legit not humanity first behavior. Um,
yeah.
one of the things that I saw that kind of got my back up, and it's hurtful to me because it involved two people that I was friends with. It was a knockdown, drag out fight, and it had to do with another a poor, marginalized woman with physical disabilities who has no platform, and she's living with a very, very abusive family, and she's Indian, okay, and she was begging for help. She has to sneak just to get on Twitter or Facebook every once in a blue moon because her family even controls her access to being like she can't even, you know, she has to sneak an audio messenger chat to you know, to her friends, and that's rare and few and far between. She has to sneak that because of the way her family treats her. They treat her basically
Is
like
is this in is this in India?
no, she's
Where
Indian, but she lives in South Africa.
Okay, so you're talking about, yeah, I gotcha.
You know who I'm talking
Um
about. And I'm talking
yeah,
about something that we were participating in a thread
yes.
earlier. Now
Yes, we were.
I saw this happen, and the thing is, I have a tendency to sympathize with other poor people who don't get helped because when I was begging for help, nobody helped me.
Yeah.
And Scott Santons had even put out a clarion call on my behalf,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that I'm diabetic, that I didn't have a car, and that I really had no realistic way available to me of getting any money to live. And he was put out the clarion call to his followers. Not one of them donated. He did. He dropped a couple bucks in my Patreon. None of his other followers did. And he did this more than once. He asked more than once.
I just
I was
I'm
silenced by comfortably
I'm like,
living.
how is this possible when I've found help? Like, you're so much smarter at maybe this goes back to what I was saying. You're so much more talented, well spoken, and cultured as far as you've had so many experiences, and oh, it's so unfair like
Nobody has
that.
any sympathy for poor older women. Nobody supports poor older women. Nobody supports disabled women. We're not valued. Women are, in general, are still not valued. We're looked at as, well, you've got family, or it's taken for granted that we have somebody to take care of us economically. When no, the fuck we don't. A lot of us don't.
See, that's so weird because for men, it's like it's the opposite. It's like you're supposed to take care of yourself. So it makes no sense. It doesn't help either one of us, the
No, it
thought.
don't. And
But
where I was trying to like mediate a thing is that I can feel for the other girl who is being attacked because I myself was accused, and you can see how I'm living. You know why all this junk is in my living room? My roof is collapsing, and I don't have 55 grand to replace it.
I mean,
Without
what
a
else can you
stable
do?
income, because landlords will refuse to rent to you if you don't have enough household income. And my husband's 78. He gets Social Security old age. Okay. When he dies, I don't even have that. Think about that.
Wait, it doesn't transfer to you?
No. Not until I don't get anything until I'm 67, and what I would get would be 55% of his benefit as a survivor allotment or widow's allotment.
Gotcha. That's right. Oh my God.
55% of $1,089 a month. I want you to think about that. And I wouldn't even get that until I was 67, if I lived that long, as a diabetic who's poor.
I don't know if this is accurate, but I think one time I saw you had to make 137,000 for like 40 years to get the maximum SSI benefit. It was like something insane, which was only 2,200, 2,400. I mean, it's not a lot that the total you can get is.
And it's like, I was begging for money because I didn't even have enough to buy the Depends that I need as a hygiene product because of the diabetic complication that I suffered that there's no surgery that can fix. There's no cure for neuropathy. And this is why public transportation wouldn't even be an option, even if I did live in a city, because if I have an accident like Niagara Falls where I blow through my Depends, you know, now I'm stuck sitting in soiled clothes on a public bus or in somebody's Uber.
It's just the basic dignity of someone to be able to take care of their own needs and their own, and not have to and look.
And I've had to justify my need for money when I was begging for help, because I've had people legit say to me, well, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Well, there's programs that'll help you. No, there fucking isn't.
Oh, I know. Believe me,
I was begging for help because I needed it. And it was a lackluster response and support. And you can ask Angelo Mendoza because he had been my bestie throughout all this. He literally walked me back from suicide twice because it had gotten that bad. I thought, you know, if this is all I have to look forward to is things getting worse for me materially from now until I die as an older lady with a disabling medical condition like diabetes, I might as well just eat a fucking bullet. Check the fuck out now. I literally had those thoughts every day for the better part of a year. That's not mental illness. That's a natural, healthy reaction to being abused and shit on and materially deprived.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now, Angelo, who's like my best friend in fucking all of Yang Gang, he is like my bestie. I mean, if I was 17 years younger and not married, I'd probably fucking drag him to the altar with a marriage proposal. Okay? I'm fucking serious. But we're like fucking best friends, man. And he was there for me. He walked me back from literally checking the fuck out permanently multiple times. I was getting not helped, and on top of that, when I would try to express how badly off I was, when people who are living comfortably in housing that they have heat and hot water and a roof that's not falling down, and they have a fucking car, but they're on like welfare or something, and they have family who's better off that's helping them pay their bills, or an agency that got them a car because they have kids so they can get help like that people like me don't get.
God, you know, I mean, even with kids, I've never even heard of an agency buying you shit. Does that really happen?
There's a charity that actually will buy you a car if you're a single mom and and you need a car to get a job. However, it doesn't buy every single mother who needs a car or job. That's the other misnomer. People don't think that these charities don't really fucking help everybody that qualify and are eligible. But I didn't even qualify because I'm disabled and I don't have kids. So I couldn't even qualify for the fucking donated car program. And yes, I tried,
I hear you.
There isn't much I haven't tried. And I didn't go into debt for a STEM degree and then spend 5-6 years of my life as a middle-aged woman after my husband suffered a second heart attack and triple bypass surgery, struggling to break into tech, which is let's face it, a young, rich dude dominated field where I couldn't break in and get a chance for a fucking job to save my life. I've had to sit through the most difficult coding challenges while young privileged dudes, in their 20s that were from wealth and they were buddies and they knew the fucking startup owners or whatever, they got handed the fucking job without even having to take a coding challenge. Okay. And it's like, I saw this. So it's like, nobody can tell me that discrimination against women or discrimination against older workers or discrimination against the disabled or discrimination against the poor isn't a fucking real barrier and a problem on a systemic level. When, yes, the fuck it is. Now, does that mean that every member of the favored group is an oppressor? No.
Right.
It does mean that there's an entire system and set of structures that really need to be fucking dismantled and rebuilt properly.
Yeah, so that's what I explain it to people as. Like, as hard as it's been for me, if I were a Black trans woman, it would be that much harder. You know what I'm saying? It's
Black
like
trans woman who's a human trafficking survivor and physically disabled.
Yeah, there you go. Which I hate to throw all that together like it's some kind of.
There's actually somebody like that in the trafficking survivor community that I mentored.
Oh, I'm sure.
I brought that up.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I'm sure there's more that you could, that you could throw on. Like
it's like, and when Ariel was trying to say, look, I'm a privileged young, white dude, and the system didn't work for me. How the fuck can you expect it to work for somebody like Jacqueline? And it's like, yes. And let's talk about how the system didn't work for you, Ariel. Let's talk about an honest conversation about that. There were never enough opportunities to go around for everybody to begin with. Then we'll talk about the opportunities that were to go around were never distributed equitably.
Well, and it's like the people that own businesses, because Pelosi, I don't know if you saw, but Pelosi suggested guaranteed income and then the worker owned businesses. And I posted that, and somebody that I know that owns a business was like, well, why should workers get any part of it? And we can't pay this. And I'm like, well, how do you become and the other thing they said was, if you want to own something, start your own. It's like, yeah, because you could just snap your fingers and do that.
I saw that you were responding to somebody from the trader community, and this kind of pissed me off because what I did when I got my COVID check was I started to trade with it. And I've had quite a few setbacks, but quite a few.
Oh, are you talking about the other day?
When you said, look, at least you fucking had $9,000 to start trading with. And I like, man, I need to jump in here because it's like, I didn't see who said it, but it's like, look, there's some people who've made bank, but they were just lucky and they are no smarter at trading than me. In fact, I'm probably pretty fucking smart to the point where I can say I'm smarter than a lot of them.
Yeah.
But people deny the role that luck plays. People deny the role that having a place to start from that's secure and stable in the first place has a lot to do with the psyche of the trader. Like, you can understand technical analysis and how to do value analysis as well. But if you're feeling insecure because you can't afford to lose, because you've got so little that one loss could just fucking blow up your account. And now not only are you fucking lost, but you have no money and you could have at least eaten that fucking week.
Right. Well, it's the same reason I don't have tens of thousands of dollars from Doge, because I didn't spend money that had to go for bills on crypto. You know what I'm saying? If I had risked it, I would have had enough money we'd all have money right now. Like, it's insane.
Well,
how can you predict the future? I mean,
you can't. That's why I go on technical analysis and I trade options on stocks because of that. Because everybody's got an opinion, and the old adage, everybody's got an opinion. Assholes are like opinions. Everybody's got one and they all stink. And that's true. That is legit truth. And
I
it's
could
like,
have listened to the people on Doge and then lost everything, you know? I mean, it could have happened that way. So
yeah. And it's like, I saw the guys saying, oh yeah, you guys are pussies. You know, I'm diamond hands. I'm holding on to my Bitcoin, even though if it goes down to 20 grand, I'm thinking, okay, will you be Mr. fucking, you know what? I have no patience for people who want to make trading into a public dick swinging contest.
yeah,
None.
I gotcha.
None. Because of the simple fact that I don't give a shit about that. I give a shit about what is right for me. What is my risk tolerance? And that varies from trader to trader. So when I saw a lot of people putting the mouth on, I was like, oh, this is disgusting. But I'm thinking to myself, you know, okay, yeah, you sit there and you laugh and you ridicule the people that are risk averse who pull out. And a lot of times, yeah, they pull out prematurely and they miss out on the rebound. However, I remember when Bitcoin soared to an all-time high of 19 grand back in, what was it, 2016, 2017, something like that. And then within a couple of months, it tanked. And it stayed down until 2020.
Yep.
Now, if I would have had 3 grand when Bitcoin was trading as low as in the 3,000s, if I would have had the money then that I have now, I could have bought a Bitcoin and made enough money with it going up to an all-time high of like 62,000. That would have been a brand new Ford F-150.
Oh yeah.
And where I live, you kind of need one of those because I live where you get 6 feet of snow. I live in the Great Lakes area.
Yeah,
Your little fucking shitty Prius isn't getting out of its own way up here. I'm fucking sorry. Neither is that Tesla. You know, I don't care. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
But it's like that could have been a brand new vehicle and it would have been half of the down payment on getting the fucking roof replaced. Or it would have been full payment for getting my heating and hot water system replaced. Or it could have been a used Ford F-150, some money in my trading account to trade options with, and over the period of maybe 2 to 3, 5 years, have 100 grand, and still have some to hold back to meet, you know, to have security. That having security is everything. And when you don't have a stable income, that makes all the difference in the world. But I was rather upset because before I finally got approved for a PUA benefit, which runs out in a couple of weeks, okay, for us here, you know, I had to put myself out there and beg, and nobody helped, even though they knew that I was diabetic and how badly off we were. Nobody helped. Scott Santon's put out a call on my behalf. He chipped in a little bit, but he's like trying to help a bunch of people who aren't being economically supported in their Patreon. So it's not like he could single-handedly drop,
nobody can.
you know, but it's like.
But the power of the collective can. Like, have you seen what Resist for Humanity and Cheyenne Crowdfund UBI have been doing? Yeah, we're trying.
And it's like, but the people who claim to be humanity first, and this is where I think my buddy, you know, Izzy had a problem, is that he's seeing people that claim to be all about humanity first, and yet people who really need help the most, who are in the most vulnerable of predicaments, getting ignored and not helped. Even though some of us contributed a hell of a lot towards the movement, you know, in different ways. I mean, I contributed with the Hidden Data Project on the American Scorecard Project. I contributed every time I spoke out to take on these difficult arguments, like people like Mr. Matthew Cortland from the.
Oh, you don't have to convince me that you have worth. I mean, I'm disappointed in a lot of the rhetoric over the last.
I've had people, not in Yang Gang, but I've had people accuse me of being a scammer and being lazy and not wanting to work. That with my education and my intelligence, there was no excuse for me being poor.
Oh, wow. So because you were contributing by thought and being intellectual, that was a sign that you should be not asking for a patron, patrons or whatever, that you should be. Wow.
Yes, and it's like
You just
a
can't
lot.
win. You can't win, because I was
Right.
attacked because I wasn't doing content. That's why I do it now. Like,
Right. And it's like, I don't know how to make a professional looking video so that viewers could see something other than all this crap in my living room behind me. Okay. Because I would like them to.
we're gonna get it figured out, whether you want to do the content yourself or you want me to say, use
I would
your
love to do something where we're
words
both
or
like having a talk about
Yeah.
like we are right now. But
yeah.
I just don't want the viewership to see how I'm having. It's,
Well, and I mean, some of it is just all around, like we could do spaces on Twitter. I know that that's very popular these days. So there's a lot of different ways we could do it, but we will figure out some way to get you more comfortable.
This is why it's like I agreed. I felt bad. I felt bad for the girl who was being kind of given a rough go of things.
Yeah.
I also felt bad for this other individual who was sticking up for his friend, who is literally in a life or death situation as a physically disabled, young woman.
Do you think though that
You can't even sneak to get on to check her fucking DMs and her email without, her family's very abusive. I mean, I've already received audio calls from her that in the background you could hear her brother on a raging drunk, like threatening to fucking kill her.
Yeah. And I mean, look, to be honest with you, just last night I was talking to family where they were getting thrown out and they wrecked the car and they're doing opiate. I mean, it's not like it is made worse by being in, well, I don't know that much about South Africa actually. So I would assume it's probably not a helpful area for that. But
it's, well, her, even if she was living here, it wouldn't be helpful. I mean,
no, it wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think South Africa is better for it, but I could be wrong. I don't know, but
they have one thing that we don't have. They at least have universal health care. They at least have paid medical leave for
fair.
So they're better than us in some ways, but in other ways they're not. They are, number one, the murder capital in the fucking world.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Johannesburg is like the most unsafe.
Oh yeah, I got.
I mean, I think it's like a tie between Johannesburg or Cape Town, South Africa, and Honduras, which is ipso facto the most dangerous place in the Western Hemisphere for murders.
Because of the cartels in Honduras, right?
Yeah, and the fact that people want to automatically go to, well, there's all these programs out there. If there were all these programs out there and they were really fucking working, then how do you explain exponentially growing homelessness? How do you explain people being permanently pushed out of the economy and then swept?
Well, now people are believing that people just don't want to work. Like, I mean, like it makes no sense.
And it's like, why is it so easy to call somebody who's disabled and disadvantaged socially lazy? What about, getting on the employer's shit for their refusal to hire people who, are not getting hired, who want a chance? Why is it unfeasible to believe that somebody needs a car to get a job, even a remote only job? You need to go in.
I'll tell you what it is. What it really comes down to is they're just looking for an excuse why they don't have to, one, feel bad, or two, think about how it should change. And
they don't want to have to feel, they don't want to have to help. They don't want to have
exactly.
People are selfish and they just don't want to share. They're not willing to make the personal sacrifices to share to help the poor. That's what it is.
But the thing is, they don't even have to. I mean, the taxes would go up 0% if we had UBI.
No,
it wouldn't have to go up at all.
When people are like begging for help because they have
no job. Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like,
it's-
okay, are you really gonna fucking drop dead if you don't have Netflix this month? Give me a break. Give me a fucking
I
break.
hear you. I hear you. I
You
do
know?
because, but I
So
will
it's
say I
like-
think the number of people like that in Yang Gang is the lowest of any group that I've been in personally. I think among Bernie people, it would be like 99% would not even help, would not even look your way.
I'd say 100%.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've seen some real horror shows, and I was exploited for work where my writings on neoliberalism, because most people didn't know what the fuck that was, so I had to explain it.
Yeah.
And give a
Absolutely.
chapter and verse recitation on it, and then I reworked the article and plastered it on Quora, which I shared with Ariel, which he loved that article, by the way. And I'll share it
Okay.
with you too. I'll send the link in your DM so you can digest it when you have time. But it gives a chapter and verse recitation of, how the fuck we got to where we got, and this, the system of what neoliberalism is. That it is, number one, apolitical. It's not either a liberal thing or a conservative thing. It is actually an economic framework that operates within. It's a subset of capitalism that's not capitalism per se. It's neoliberalism, and it's its own horror show. But I gave this thing, and this article, which for Steve Grumbine's site, I had to break it up into small articles because, people have the attention span of fucking gnats. They can't fucking follow their own ass out of the toilet. I mean, So I broke it down into an anthology, which is a series. And this is a guy who gets 14 grand a month in his Patreon from his YouTube, because he knows how to do a video that makes a really neat looking video thing with the heavy metal music and the visual effects in the beginning of the video before he goes into a show. See, that's shit I don't know how to do, right? As an old
Oh, look, dear, I've just figured it out over the last year, so we're going to find out a way to make money. Like, we have to, because if we don't, not only will we suffer, other people will suffer too.
I'll tell you what, if we got 14 grand a month, hell, if we split that bitch 50-50 or even 60-40, I wouldn't turn up my nose at 40% of that, or, 50% of that. I mean, 7 grand, that'd be like 84 grand a year.
Yeah.
And then I could teach you how to trade for real so that you're not dealing with
know, right?
guys that oh, look at me. I got a bigger dick than you. Look at my diamond hands. It's like, yeah, your diamond hands that you jizzed on, motherfucker. Bragging rights away. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, you know what? Yeah, and that's another thing. It's like I helped guys out in Wall Street Bets community that were getting fucked over when Robinhood wouldn't let them transfer their shit.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, look, this is standard procedure. Now, how would I know this? Because very briefly, before I had to skate because my traffickers found out where I was living, I had a commissions only paying job working for Waddell and Reed selling mutual funds. So I had to sit for my stockbroker's license back in the year 2001.
Wow.
So I had the trading skills a long time. And I had them on a degree because of having a math degree. I understood derivatives trading better than most people because that's all based on a differential equation derived known as the Black-Scholes formula, which describes the pricing and valuation of different, puts and calls on stocks. Puts and calls are options. There's only two kinds. There's puts and there's calls, right? And the Black-Scholes formula is a mathematical derivation of how to value the price of those options and if the option is overpriced or not. So I understood a lot of this shit real good for a long time. I just never had any money to trade and invest with. So you can imagine how frustrating that was. So any guy who thinks women don't understand how fucking frustrating blue balls is like, motherfucker, being poor, not having money to trade with when you have all this fucking knowledge, that is blue balls on steroids by fucking magnitude.
I can only imagine. having that
And
knowledge and wanting to use it.
not even getting a chance, you know.
Did
And
you ever think about trying to find someone with money that was wasting it? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or, I mean, I guess that's a hard thing to just find, but
oh yeah, but you know, none of them were willing to pay me as a woman to fucking teach them.
oh, so you went at it at the angle of like an accountant or something like that to help
I
them.
went on the angle of, hey, look, you know, I can teach you guys how to fucking trade in a way that if you manage your fucking losses, because you will have losses, so you can put your fucking dicks away and get out of this dick swinging contest, because that shit don't impress me. The way you make money in trading is establishing very, very, very firm parameters for risk loss management, because you're going to suffer losses. You're going to have shit that just trades will just fuck you over. They'll go against you. But and it's usually a death by 1,000 paper cuts kind of thing, that it happens within a period of 1 week. Right.
Okay, like everything just starts trending badly or something like that.
Or you get in on a trade that's got a perfect setup, but you get a shitty fill. So you're behind by, you're already starting out in the hole because of you didn't get a good entry point. You got a shitty fill price. And that's everything. And then before you could even make that up, the trade goes against you.
So can you give me is this something where it needs to be like, you know, $5,000 or 50 grand, or like is like 500 enough to kind of do something that,
I mean,
okay, so it has to be in the thousands.
I'm going to tell you why I was able to do it in 350, and I'm going to tell you why. 2 words: luck and the time of year that I got that $350 from a friend who knew I knew how to trade. I needed to turn that into 3,800 to prevent the sheriff sale of our falling apart fucking house from being sheriffed, and me and my 78-year-old husband being homeless with nowhere to go, not even a shitty used car to be fucking homeless in. And the fact is that I got that in the beginning of January of 2019. It took me until the end of March to trade it up to 3,800. But I was dealing with 2 things at my back that served as a tailwind: Santa Claus rally and the January effect. The January effect is when people are hurrying up and plowing all their money into their IRAs and their 401ks to minimize their income tax hit, because you get to deduct a tax deduction for what you're able to contribute to an IRA or a 401k. And the Santa Claus rally is, of course, everything it implies. It's like, and that starts like in mid-December, and it lasts well into January. And that's called Santa Claus rally. So you got Santa Claus rally and the January effect. So I had that going for me. So it's like, it was easy. I didn't have to day trade because the markets weren't volatile. I could swing trade and stay in a trade overnight and be up by $400 or $500 by the next morning. That's one of the few times of the year that you can do that.
Interesting. So this is a yearly thing that doesn't change. Like, this is the same way.
It does, except for when you have, like, after the Great Recession hit, we didn't have a Santa Claus rally. We didn't have a January effect. We had everything shit in the bed. But I didn't have any money, so I couldn't trade anyway.
Yeah.
But it's like the point is that it's like when I got in, that was luck. And it was
you couldn't just have $300 today and then in 2 months have 3,800.
3 months.
Well, could you do it from
2 months? Okay, you're right. 2 months.
Well, yeah. Either way.
Hey, I had a senior moment. I forgot how to fuck.
Oh, you're good. I was literally just saying an amount of time anyway. But that's not possible any other time.
Well, no, I mean, it is,
or probable any other time, I should say.
It's not as likely. Can you make out on earnings season? Yes, if you have a lot more than $350 to start with, and you can afford to fucking buy fucking puts and fucking buy calls on Facebook or fucking MasterCard, which are some of the more expensive calls.
Wait, did you say Facebook?
No,
Oh,
it's
you
Facebook.
mean on the stock? Duh. Okay. I was like, wait, are they selling it now? Like,
Yeah, I Mac on them. I call them Facebook because I just like
oh,
to
I don't
Mac on
blame
them.
you.
Yeah, I like to Mac
Facebook.
on them, but the thing is, the Facebook calls seem to work pretty nice, but they cost a lot more than $350 if you're buying an at the money call. Now you can say, well, you can buy cheaper calls that are out of the money. Yeah, and those are the calls that if you go further out of the money, you're at much higher risk of the
It's so funny
bid.
because I'm so rarely in an environment where someone talks about things I do not understand, but I don't know what any of that means. Like, oh man, and I'm
Well,
sure I don't really need to get what you're saying. You're basically saying like, yeah,
yeah,
it's the
it's like
time of year.
there is a certain amount of money, and it's a time of year, and if you're going out of the money versus at the money with regards to options, you're looking at the risk of, if you're far out of the money, you're looking at the risk of the price of the floor falling out from the bid ask spread. And that bid ask spread is the difference between the buy and the sell price. That's the difference out of which market makers are paid.
Okay.
Okay. So that difference, that bid ask spread, is significant for traders for that reason. So it's like, okay, well, if you go with an out of the money options contract, these are kind of some of the risks you're looking at. Not a bad tactic if you're on the short side and you're shorting an option, but if you're going long and you're hoping to get carried up and swept up in an upswing, being out of the money isn't that great because the floor price is not as stable and you're not going to get as big of a bang for your buck. And being able to gauge the stability of the floor of the price on the floor is really key. This is where I say entry point is everything. Every trade that went against me this week, I got fucked because of latency issues on the fucking Thinkorswim platform where my fills weren't getting filled correctly. And I was like getting filled at the shittiest entry points possible, where even though I had buy limits, the limits weren't being seen, as it were. And hence I wasn't getting filled.
So that's a place where you can do this.
That's a platform that's for free, that if you have an account with TD Ameritrade, you can access their platform. And it normally is a very, very good tool. It's just that there are certain times when it sucks, like when there's a lot of market activity. The platform tends to have latency and responsiveness issues, which can be a big problem when you need to get a good entry point, because entry point is everything. Everything. You get in on a good entry point, you're fucking golden. But if you get in and you get a shitty fill price because you get your entry point, you get a shitty entry point. Okay.
Is that something that you did? I guess it's not something you determine. Can you see it?
It's something you can see. And to try to get in, to get your fill at a good, at least a happy medium, you have to do something what's called middling the market. I'll show you what I mean.
Okay.
I'll bust open the Thinkorswim. I'll show you what I mean.
Yeah, just make sure it's something you want to display, because it's recording. It's not going out right now.
I'm not displaying live account info.
Okay.
I'm going to display an account that has no money in it because I never had anything to put in. I never had the stable income to put into a fucking IRA or 401k. So I had
a $400 401k at Starbucks I had to take out for something a long time ago. So
I had $1,000 in an IRA that I had to liquidate because I needed money to live.
Yep.
So, I mean,
and they'll make you feel bad about that. Oh, it's like, well, I needed to live. So
yeah. And not only that, but it's like, I'm a 54-year-old lady and a lifetime of opportunities denied. Do you think I'm going to really have enough money to build up enough of a retirement nest egg now at this late stage of my life? And this was after an entire lifetime of being shut out of opportunities because of the stigmatizing record I had as a result of having been trafficked as a homeless kid. Okay. And that record wasn't expunged under vacatur law until I was 47. Try breaking into a lucrative career or a middle-class job or even your first job when you're 47. Good fucking luck with that.
Oh yeah, it's impossible for someone who doesn't have a record against them. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for people who don't have a record. Look at Ariel. I mean, he comes from relative privilege, and it didn't work out too great for him.
what was he in tech or?
No. No, he wasn't in tech. He was in business, actually.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Gotcha.
But even those of us who tried to break into tech, you know, I mean, I went through the whole retraining thing more than once. After I went through the Rails Girls Summer of Code, which was after my husband's second heart attack, not one member of my cohort, which was all disadvantaged women, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they were trying to get to break into tech. Not one employer hired any of us. None of my cohort got offered a job. Not one.
Oh my God. So, okay.
2 years later,
Wow.
my county ran a local thing through the welfare office, and being that I was on SNAP, on SNAP benefits, I was eligible for the program, and it was teaching economically disadvantaged women how to build fucking sites or how to work on WordPress sites. I went through that program. Again, not one of my cohorts got offered a job. There was a third retraining program I participated in, a couple counties south of me. And this is when we still had a vehicle and I could fucking get to Pittsburgh, which is like 130 miles south of me. And I participated in that program, which again was aimed at getting economically disadvantaged people, not restricted to just women this time, but it was mostly women and older workers who were permanently pushed out of the economy. And only one member of my cohort got offered a job. And that was a young dude who was 25 years old. The rest of us who were all over age 40, not one of us got offered a job. Not one.
That's
so,
it's so despicable because they'll turn around and say women don't like I've heard Jordan Peterson before talk about how women don't apply in tech. They're like they just don't want to do it. And it's like, yeah, right.
Well, of course, because he doesn't want to acknowledge that there is such a thing as male privilege.
Yeah, so I would assume you and him are like polar opposites, eh?
Yeah, I wouldn't piss on that motherfucker if he was on fire. Quite frankly, I'd rather piss
the only
myself
positive
and
thing I'll
watch him
say
burn.
about it.
I'd rather piss myself and watch him burn.
The only positive thing I'll say about him is I think some young men have gotten some knowledge from it. Like, don't be a shithead. Don't, make your bed. But honestly, it's stuff they should have known anyway. So.
Yeah. And the thing is, to be fair, I'm going to say the feminist movement kind of jumped the shark, because the radical feminists from my youth weren't virulent man-haters. What we were fighting for was actual injustices to be corrected, talking about systemic injustices like getting rid of headmaster laws, getting rid of employment practices and policies that patently discriminated against women. All right. It was not about, saying every guy who pays you a compliment is a rapist. I mean, that kind of shit. I'm sorry. That's just.
Well, and that's where people like Barry Weiss for the New York Times, I don't know if you've ever read anything she's written, but like some of the mainstream people who took that position when Me Too started, they got a lot of crap, but they were like, if someone touches me on the subway by accident, it's not an assault. It's not the same thing as if you're held down. It's, So.
Yeah, if a fellow member of Yang Gang, who I'm a really good friend with, and he says, you know what, you may be 17 years older than me, but I still think you're a hot I'm going to be like, yeah, babe, okay, keep the flattery coming my way. That's
flattery seems to have become assault at some point. Now, it can be, harassive and stuff. I understand that, but at some point
we're talking about two people of equal social and economic positions in society where there is not a differential of power on the systemic or structural level. And this is key. This is why the Marxists were correct in using class analysis to analyze how systems and structures work. They just got a lot of other shit wrong, like the conclusion and how to solve the problem.
Everyone always does that for some reason.
But you know, when it comes to class analysis, that gives you the tools to understand systems and structures. And there is a difference between fighting unjust systems and structures versus making every individual who is a member of not your marginalized group the enemy.
Right.
You know,
right.
I mean, there's a difference, and people don't know how to have those nuanced conversations. And right away, a compliment is sexual harassment, well, fuck. I mean,
or even just Elon Musk, like he's doing a lot for humanity. Even he probably is not the best human, but he is doing a lot for like the
he's
disabled
kind of a jackass
stuff.
for manipulating the currency markets, but he's
I was
He's
not
kind of
happy
a
with
jackass for other reasons too. He sometimes opens up his mouth, and it's like, bruh, just
that. He has issues. Don't get me
stick
wrong,
with
but
the fucking rockets. That's your strong suit, bruh.
well, but the
Stick with
neural
that. You're
implant is
smart
going
at
to be
it,
one of the
good at it. You know,
the neural implant is going to be one of the most important things for humanity ever. So that's why I'm like, he does say a lot of stuff that, you know, I get the response, but then people never say, but he's also doing X. You know, I appreciate blank. So
I mean, I appreciate all the
no,
contributions
I know
that he's
you
making,
do, but
but it's like there are some times when he opens up his mouth and he causes trades to go sideways for me, and I have to invent cuss words because there ain't enough in the language.
well, and see, but you're coming at it from he's actually affecting you. A lot of people who say it, they're just talking about his apartheid father, and it's like, what does it have to do with this? You know, it's like, it's probably bad. I mean, I get the line from
Well, I think what they're trying to say is that because he comes from a position where he benefited indirectly from a system of
right. But they never also say, but he's using that to try and, you know, save people from being depressed or paralyzed or blind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and they're not saying about how he's trying to do other things to make travel, you know, personal as well as public, something that is not going to be an either or with the destruction of our biosphere and our planet. I mean, without a fucking planet, we don't have a place to live. Okay.
Right.
Hey, and it doesn't matter what color you are, what gender you have, what how you identify, what you know, what race you are or what age you are. Without a planet, we're all fucked. And not in a good way.
I don't want to live on Mars. That's the other thing he's doing that I don't want to. I don't want to live on Mars. So
I would rather, yeah. And it's like, please, dude, before we talk about colonizing Mars, can we please talk about cleaning up our space garbage? We pigged up our planet. And now we pigged up outer space to the point where with our space debris flying around, the International Space Station just got dinged with some crap.
I'm sure you've seen that video where it shows that they're all like little green satellites. Have you ever seen the thing of all the? It's so many. I mean, it's overwhelming how many are up there. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they could hear every conversation from the satellites in space. Like, it's insane.
Oh God. Here's Facebook. Here's a chart for Facebook. And this should have been a profitable trade for me, but I got in on such a shitty entry point that, you know, and I tried several times, but the platform was acting so janky that I could not capitalize on this beautiful upswing. Now I'm going to show you why entry point matters. Since I trade options, this is the call chain on Facebook. This is the put chain. These are options. The difference here between the bid and the ask is known as the bid-ask spread. If there's a significant distance between the bid and the ask, which 25-30 cents per contract actually means $25-30. Do you really want to start out in a trade where you're 25 or 30 bucks in the fucking hole? No, you don't. So when you click on this, this is an at the money Facebook call. Now the markets aren't open yet for another 2 hours and 10 minutes. You can see that this is the midpoint. This is the natural current market price. Middling the market is when you take this little blue dot and you push it all the way down here towards mid. That's the mid range between the bid and the ask. And when you click on that to confirm and send, which we're not going to do because options don't start trading until 9:30.
Okay.
But when the market is really jumping and very active like it was yesterday morning, when you get in on a fill price, the fill price I got in on was ridiculous. It was way up here. So I started out $100 in the fucking hole.
Oh shit! Why did you send it through? What can I ask? Like, why you?
It's not that I sent it through with a deficit on my order. It was that my order wasn't filled.
Oh, that's right. You said it was the platform. Duh.
It was the responsiveness and latency issue. And this doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen every time the market activity is
when you need to be using it, like when it's busy, basically.
Yes,
which is
and
a big
that was
problem.
annoying. That was annoying as fuck for me.
Mm-hmm.
What should have been an easy $1,000 trade for me yesterday ended up being a $300 loss. I wasn't happy.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So, I mean, you can make a bunch, but you can also end up in trouble. Can you go negative? Can you owe them?
Not if you buy an option or a stock. Where you can go negative is on shorting.
Okay, that's right. And that can go like unlimitedly negative, right?
You can end up owing the broker more than you have in your account.
Yeah.
This is why I don't trade futures. Futures are so highly leveraged that a change in a fluctuation in the futures price legit could mean within a matter of five seconds or less being at a $2,000 loss.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it can't swing back the other way? Like it can't go back.
It could, but the problem is, will it before you get hit with a margin call?
Is that a fine, basically?
A margin call is when the broker notifies you that you've got to deposit right the fuck now X amount of dollars to bring your account value up to the maintenance margin requirement. That's for futures.
Will they like delete your account or something if you don't comply? Like how
they'll liquidate everything you have and take what you have, and they'll come after you and hound you with fucking debt collectors and attach.
God dang.
They'll attach anything like
so like they take your
account.
house.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So you have to be careful. It's not a game.
No, it's not. Now I don't trade futures for that reason. Because quite frankly, I'm not interested in trading with Charles Manson on crack. Thank you very fucking much.
Right.
I stick with things and I trade like a little old lady. And I stick with things where at least my losses can be controlled. Yesterday's loss was a crime because I shouldn't have got such a horrible fill and should have really made bank on this beautiful upswing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that upswing like that, like where you could have made that 1,000? Does that ever happen often, or is that like a rare?
That happens about once a month.
Okay. Interesting.
However, this is why entry point is everything. So when there's latency issues in the platform, even when the trade looks like it should be going your way, it can still go against you because of that. And that's something outside of anybody's fucking control.
And I'm guessing the platform takes no responsibility for like.
Absolutely not. It's like, well, I've had these guys from tech support tell me it's your internet connection. It's like, motherfucker, I pay $100 a month for the fastest internet speed that's available to customers in my region. And since I'm going with the only internet service provider in my part of the country, I think it's fair to say it's not my internet connection.
It's like, nope, it's not that.
No, not when I'm paying $100 a month for the fastest speed that's, available to us here.
Yeah.
People that are paying $40 a month for internet are getting a lot slower speeds. That isn't this chick.
Yeah.
This isn't like I'm paying for a bundle with a TV and a phone. This is
Right,
strictly
right.
just the internet. That's $100 a month, so that I could get fast enough internet to trade with properly. Okay.
So that is a big part of it. You have to have good internet and stuff too.
Yeah, and I have good internet, but these guys didn't want to take responsibility for the platform. And it seems like since Charles Schwab bought out TD Ameritrade, there seems to be, they don't seem to be as good as far as keeping the platform.
Now, do they have any kind of stake in doing that? Like, are they benefiting from doing that to people at all, or no?
Well,
Like,
they're
if they
just
fucked you
they're
over on
just looking at
purpose,
cutting
like,
costs, and they don't want to pay their IT guys.
okay, so it's basically on that end of it.
And Thinkorswim is a proprietary platform that belongs to TD Ameritrade, a company that they acquired.
Right,
so what Charles
right.
Schwab is looking at is, well, we want to eliminate line item costs everywhere possible. And so what if that means that, the customers get fucked on their trades? Who cares, But other than that, I mean, as far as what's available for free, I'd say this, and I'd say E-Trade's E-Trade Pro are the best things. And I'd say the reason for that is, even with the problems of latency and responsiveness issues, you can go in this platform and you can see your options chain, and you can go down here and you can see what your put to call ratio is. And depending on that number, that'll give you a taste for how much of a volatility punch in the pants you're going to get on your trade, and also how likely that the market's about to turn against you. You can also follow the blueprint of where the big money's going when you bring up the options time sales. Okay. And those options time sales, which you can't see now because, oh yeah, maybe you can from yesterday. These show you exactly, how many puts and calls went through. And you can see their expiration dates. And you can tell by looking over here on the condition that it's a spread, right? In this case, we're talking condors here. All right, we're talking puts and calls. And you can take spreads and arrange them so that they form things like iron condors and butterflies and shit.
Oh, really? Okay.
And that's all kinds of fancy shit that you don't need to worry about. I don't fuck with those because you know what? You don't really need that. You know what you need? You need to only have to babysit the minimal number of trades at a fucking time.
Okay.
And focus on your entry points, because entry point is every fucking thing.
Do you ever pay attention to what like Pelosi or business leaders are buying or selling, or do you ever worry about that?
I look at that insofar as the derivatives, like the options. The CBOE has reporting requirements where options don't get to hide in the dark pools. Large block shares of stocks that are traded do, but not options. The CBOE, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, the rules and regulations governing options and futures require a lot more transparency. There's no such thing as dark pools with that shit. So you can get a taste for the footprint of where the big money's going simply by using this feature on the Thinkorswim platform that shows you unusual options activity in either direction, So that will tell you where the big money's going.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's something that'll give you a taste for that. Now you can pay $2,000 a month to rent a Bloomberg terminal, which will give you access to the dark pools. But I don't have that kind of money. And that
My word, 2,000.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So Bloomberg can sell you access to. How does he have that power? I mean, that's crazy. God.
He just wrote an
Wow.
article, came out in Bloomberg Business, was on Twitter, that said the American dream of home ownership is dead. Suck it up and deal. Get used to it. Be happy being a renter.
Yeah, because BlackRock's buying every fucking thing.
Yeah, and it's like people.
That really is the worst like view of socialism is you can't own your, you know what I'm saying? You have to rent your home. You can't buy.
Except it's not happening under socialism.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
It's happening under fucking plutocratic capitalism. It's
Yep.
happening under neoliberalism, which isn't free market capitalism at all. It's happening under a kleptocracy.
Yep.
And that's what people don't see. And it's like, man, you know what? I have no patience for arguing with stupid.
Yeah, because it really at this point most of the time is what you have to do to get a point across to any of the far left, far right, whatever.
I'm not interested
Neoliberal.
in, yeah. And it's like I'm not interested in any of that shit. I'm interested in can we please at least forget the name calling? Let's use some tools like class analysis. So what if commies were the ones that invented it? It's a good tool to analyze structures and systems. And can we use the concept of free market capitalism that doesn't start at zero, which is like human-centered capitalism, as the solution? Can we please just use good things and stop being ignorant ass poo flinging fucking primates? I mean, shit, you know, because if we don't get it all together, and you summed it up perfectly, and we don't figure it out how to work together and agree and come to a consensus, we're all going to be fucked.
Yeah. It's either that or it's going to take automation or another pandemic or something, you know what I'm saying, that really pushes people. I mean, COVID, don't get me wrong, it is a dangerous virus and can get more dangerous, but it's not SARS or Nipah, SARS-CoV-1 or Nipah. It can be much worse, you know?
It could be the Black Death, but here's the thing. And I was talking with Angelo about this, and I said, what the fuck is it going to take? You got these people that are, you know, in all these Republican states that are prematurely kicking people off the pandemic unemployment benefit, which even though it's due to expire in a month or two anyway, it's still a month or two worth of money that people desperately fucking need. And it didn't even go far enough, because look at how many unemployed poor people were actually excluded.
Yep.
Didn't get it, who
Yep.
inarguably fucking needed help. Okay? Inarguably. And these attacks on the PUA were actually backdoor attacks on UBI, if you really think about it. And I picked up on this right away, because the whole theme was, oh, these lazy people, they want to get money for not working. Isn't that what people accuse UBI advocates of promoting? It was the same stale argument. And they were saying, oh, these unemployment benefits are too generous. People don't want to work. They weren't looking at people who don't have cars to get to jobs. I mean, Max Blumenthal, who's sometimes a guest on the Jimmy Dore show, he was talking about seeing the repo man at least twice a day going up and down his street in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., you know, repoing.
God, the suburbs of D.C., those people have money and they're losing their shit.
Yeah, wow. And these are people that have access to a mass transit system that we don't.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're losing their shit. But even when you have access to a mass transit system, you still need a personal car for some things. You still need, you know.
Well, it's part of this. What this country is supposed to be about is you have your own home, you have your own car. You're not, you know, dependent on the government I mean, your neighbors and stuff can help you, but you're not supposed to be like, if I don't have them, I'll die. You know, it's not supposed to be like that. But I don't think so anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is that, and then you've got people with medical disabilities where, like I said, you know, you end up having a major problem where you blow through those depends and you're on a public bus or you're in an Uber. Now what do? You're going to get kicked off that public transportation. You're not going to have a way home.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna have any sympathy because they're gonna be normal, like not people that don't friggin' care. It's ugh.
And that's like
God.
why when I was not getting helped, that's why I had sympathy for when Izzy was saying, about
Yeah. No, what I 100% do as well. The only thing that I had a problem with was if what
I think it got blown out of proportion.
Now, I also understand just being upset that you are in a bad situation and not, handling it the best. I mean, I get that.
And yeah, and I understand being in a bad situation and being totally socially neglected and nobody fucking helping you. Been there.
Yep.
But what I think the biggest problem for me was what I thought was bad was the slander, was accusing poor people who aren't putting themselves out there and publicly begging, when it sucks to have to beg for your life.
Yeah, no, it does. It's not a fun thing. None of us have gotten wealthy. It's not fun at all.
And then when you have people that force you to be the supplicant, justify your right to survive in dignity. Well, why didn't you try this? Well, there's programs. Well, those programs don't work. And why should I have to be humiliated by explaining deeply personal, disabling medical conditions to everybody, to be maybe deemed worthy in your fucking eyes of begging for help through a GoFundMe? Right.
It's essentially a, if someone cannot prove to them that they're, if someone cannot make themselves feel good about helping you, in other words, like if you're not sick enough or whatever, then they don't even try. And I mean, sometimes then they don't even do it. But like if you were like, I'm dying, literally, I'll be dead tomorrow, it still probably wouldn't be enough.
No, it isn't, because a friend in Yang Gang who's an older woman who's my age who's battling cancer, Yang Gang turned their back on her. Nobody helped her.
Do you know her Twitter handle? I'll go see it.
She's not on Twitter.
Okay.
She's on Facebook. She's a friend of Annette Anderson's.
Yes, I know Annette.
Her name is Grace Stewart.
Okay.
And, I felt that.
Grace Stewart. Let me see if I'm friends with her. Let's see.
And it's like nobody on either, no progressives and no right wingers fucking stepped up to the plate and helped her.
She didn't come up in my search, but I'll go later. I'll go to Annette.
And it's like, my situation is not good, Anthony. It's not.
No, I know.
But it's better than hers. And I thought, well, I can't, with my not having stability, I can't afford to give her any money. With the problems I'm up against as a diabetic, not getting my needs met, which is I need transportation. That, at least that's one thing I can smile about. At least when the repo guy had to take our truck, they'd have to detail the freaking times I had accidents in that motherfucker. Fuck bastards.
I know they are.
Anyway,
I know.
And it's like, how can anybody do a job like that and feel good about themselves? Making their paycheck at the cost of other people that are really suffering and down on their luck. I mean, you got to be the lowest fucking form of fucking pond scum.
And then they turn it into a television show and make even more money off of it. It's like, That is so uniquely American though, isn't it? Like that greed and cruelty is.
Cruelty towards the poor. Yeah. And it's like, that is uniquely American. Is that true for every other society? No. That is uniquely American, to be absolutely cruel and sadistic towards the poor.
I have got to go get some sleep because I'm about to die.
Yeah.
But I have really enjoyed and want to continue, like, even if we have spaces, whatever you want to do, we are going to work together. And I mean, look, if you're at home, you're around every day at some point, right? Or at least
During trading hours, I don't answer the phone. I don't answer DMs.
Gotcha. But after
It is-
that, if you're up, you're around.
And then I take a nap, and then I make a late supper for me and my husband. So I'm usually a night owl because that's
Okay.
my free time. Because
That
it's
might
like,
work better for me anyway, basically, because I do
Yeah.
the vlog and stuff I just started during the day. So I need to be doing that. But yeah, at night, we should be working on content or whatever.
I think that would be a great idea. But yeah, but you can see why I kind of was trying to tell Vizrant to apologize to Izzy. Yes, Izzy was nasty to her. Izzy was protecting his friend.
Yeah. And I don't think even Viz was that upset about that. You know, honestly, you're gonna protect your allies. And it's sad that it kind of was people that made it a split from Yang Gang. I mean, Izzy's still welcome in Yang Gang, obviously, but I would be surprised if they still want to wear the mantra, because their interpretation of what happened was that they did not find the support or the help that they needed.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of us in that boat. I'm another one.
Yeah.
And the common, thought is, well, there's programs to help her. She's diabetic. She's disabled. No, I'm not getting helped by the programs. And I need either the money to buy a car or I need a donated car because the nature of the disabled.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. Even, Blair Walsingham, even when her husband had a wreck and they've started raising money for a new car, they've raised like $5,000, but you would think someone with a blue check mark that's known in Yang Gang would raise it immediately, and she hasn't. So she's more lucky than you have been with that. But on the other side of
I got nothing. Yeah, I got fucking no support at all.
It's zero. But on the other side of that, what I'm saying is, like, you would think she would post it and within a week it would be fulfilled. There's 2 million of us. You know what I'm saying? She has a blue check mark. She is at the top of,
And this is what Izzy was complaining about. It's like the people who need help the most are getting
it the least. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It makes no sense.
And it's like, you know what? I could have a job and I could be improving, my life a lot fucking faster. And for my elderly husband, who I'm also a caregiver for, if I had a car. Even with the disabling medical problems that I have as a result of being a diabetic, and even with the barriers I'm up against for jobs such as age and gender discrimination, age discrimination being a bigger problem, I think, between you and me. But age and disability discrimination aside, I have been offered jobs. It's just that I couldn't get there. And because I couldn't walk to the fucking interview and, with the problems that I have.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, look, that's how people end up on the news dead, trying to walk across town, do an interview. And then the media will play the sympathy song and be like, look at this. She was working so hard. It's like, why did you let her die? It's just,
why did you? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I went without medical care that I needed to get my prescription for my insulin reauthorized, without which I'll die.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But without a car, I can't get to the center to do the blood work tests that my doctor has been wanting.
What do they order to make sure you're still diabetic?
It's insurance. It's Medicaid stipulations.
Oh, that's Medicaid even. That's even worse. That should be decent.
And it's like, it's like, well, with SSI, they want you to recertify every year to prove that you haven't grown back any limbs that you lost or any organs that you might have had to have surgically removed or whatever the fuck. It's ridiculous as fuck. Yeah.
And more expensive than if they just gave people money. If they just gave everyone money.
When you see people like me that have been really down on our luck for a very long time, whom society has never helped or given a shit about, begging for money, you can see why I get upset when I see another poor person being accused of being a scammer, because I've had to suffer that exact same abuse. It got so
basically
bad.
You saw it as someone getting accused of it just for asking for the help.
Just for being that badly off that they had to beg.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I wouldn't have been okay with that either, because it's been me. It still is, and I don't support any workism or ableism at all. So, obviously it was a more complex thing than that.
And it's like, what got me upset is that there's people who are fully abled, who are a lot better off than me, that they got help within a week. I had been begging for, you know, it got to the point where I said to Angelo, I mean, Angelo walked me back from suicide more than once because nobody was helping me. And it's like, why the fuck should I even bother? Obviously, nobody values my life. Nobody cares how badly I've suffered my entire life as a poor, marginalized woman who was shut out of jobs my whole life because of being a trafficking survivor. And I'm somebody who really needs the help. And now that I'm in my 50s and I have disabling health problems for which there's no cure, okay, I'm not even getting the help and support I need because apparently people think that people that are better off than me deserve help, but someone like me doesn't deserve to be able to live an economically secure and accessible fucking life. And it's like, you know,
It's despicable that anyone really like walks around thinking like that, but they do, and I know they do.
And it's like, well, I got the lack of help to prove it, and so did Militia, and so did Grace. I mean, you know, begging for help, dying of cancer, and facing homelessness, and nobody helped her. It just gave me a really bad taste in my mouth and left me thinking like there is no humanity first in the group that calls itself being all about humanity first.
Do you think it was a lack of exposure? People didn't see it and that's why they didn't help, or people saw it and just scrolled right by?
People saw it and they ignored it. They'd rather help somebody who it's easier to help, who's cute and young and not disabled, and who actually, you know, has a chance to be a fucking rock star, be an elected official, be whatever the fuck.
Interesting. So you think it's more that people are picky and choosy, not with empathy for people who really need help, for other people who could, you know, be a value or whatever they want to call it. Yeah, that's despicable. Yeah, that's gross. That's really disgusting.
So you can see why I came down on Izzy and Militia's side.
Yeah, I hear you. I do. But I promise that's not Viz. That wasn't, I mean, whatever their disagreement is, that's not her position. She doesn't think people shouldn't advocate for themselves or anything like that.
You know, I saw, you know, parts of the thing. Now she, you know, because I wasn't going to try to be antagonistic.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do was be very neutral and say, let's have transparency and get all this shit out in the fucking open. I think what happened was there was a misunderstanding on Militia's part and Izzy's part. I think there was something really wrong on Viz's part by saying this comes off as scammy. Because you know what? You know what gets poor people not getting helped in their fucking fundraisers and shit? Being slandered as scam artists and scammers and con artists.
I got you.
I know.
So, I got you. So your position would be whatever Viz thought of it, that going to that word and that framework was a mistake or not.
Yes, and that's why I told her that I thought she should apologize. And she was like, well, I'm not going to apologize because Izzy's being really cruel to me. And it's like, Viz.
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's really upsetting because Izzy has, it's not somebody that I've talked to a lot or anything, but they've always liked and retweeted stuff about, you know, not being ableist, not being, so it's really quite hard to see people in Yang Gang have these differences when really none of them disagree. You know what I'm saying? Like Izzy and Viz are not like in disagreement about anything really. It's just like whatever happened between them is not fixable, I guess.
It's just that
Izzy's upset and Viz is upset. Now they don't want to like meet in the middle on it, you know?
And it's like, and I was trying to at least get them to fucking bury the hatchet.
Yeah.
But it's like, Izzy is the kind of guy that when he gets really upset at an injustice, he's not going to fucking let this go. He is not going to let it go. I'd rather see things not escalate, but I know that if Viz wouldn't apologize publicly in that thread. You know, Izzy's going to be angry about it, and he's not going to forgive that. And I know that because Izzy's my friend too.
Yeah.
This is also my friend, but so is Izzy. So is Militia. And I'm going to speak out as somebody who is disabled, who has no car, who's diabetic, who damn near died because of not having what I needed as a diabetic. Because nobody helped me. Well, somebody like Blair got fucking $5,000 in less than a week.
Well, but still though, somebody like Blair you would think would have gotten, the whole amount, but it's only half. So I use that more as an example of like, even if you have the platform, you really don't get.
But I don't even have the platform, and I got like neglected.
Right. No, I hear you.
I got treated like I was just a problem for having needs. Like, how dare I have needs that people better off than me don't have? How dare I speak up about my unmet needs that might be a little bit more serious than someone else?
Right.
Who's better off than me. So it's that kind of treatment that, now the way I handle people that treat me like that is I don't like the movie. I leave the theater and I write people off. And it's like,
yeah, I hear you.
The way other people handle that is they get very upset and they get vindictive. And they say, you're hypocrites. You're not humanity first. You just only want to help your friends who are better off.
I hear you.
And that's what happens. And it's like, I didn't want to see shit escalate. I really would have preferred to see, even though, and I understand why Viz's feelings got hurt. Nobody likes to be attacked. Nobody. Izzy isn't a lightweight when he gets mad. He's not.
Yeah.
But he also had a right to be angry and seeing people that he cares about getting no help and getting ignored or getting slandered as scammers.
I will also say, it looked like Izzy did have like the knowledge and ability to do graphics and stuff. So does he do advocacy for militia? I mean, is he making videos about it or anything like that?
Yeah. It's just that it hasn't gotten much traction. The thing is, if he took the time to show me how to do those things and put together the videos like he knows how to make them, I can probably get a compelling message out there. But then again, we're also talking about a situation where poor, disabled, middle-aged women never get supported and are not valued and cared for.
Well, we're going to try whatever it takes. We're going to try and figure out something.
And that's just the way it is, But I think that if Izzy would have taken some time to show me how to create stuff like the way he does those really cool videos, because that man has talent, right?
Yeah.
I think we could make something that, and this is even with me being a little rough around the edges. You're talking to the chick who invents cuss words.
Oh, it'll be more popular. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, fuck, But I think that when it comes to having these difficult conversations, I think there is a way to have them that would be a lot more palatable.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because I can see Viz's point too. I mean, fuck. This woman got her shit taken down, accused of some kind, what was it, a DCMA copyright violation?
Yeah, just for like having music on there, which is ridiculous.
That is the most retarded ass bunch of shit I ever fucking heard of. And okay. I get that she, is dealing. It's just that in my life, I've seen so many people that are living comfortably, but cry poor mouth with 2 loaves of bread under each arm. When it's like, no, motherfucker, you are legit not poor. Let me tell you what having nothing really looks like. And, it's like they don't want to see those who are really among the most vulnerable and worse off get any help or money or attention for our shit. Izzy has a lot of valid points. He's not wrong. The delivery could use some work.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean,
well,
Biz is dealing with shit too. She's a mom. She's dealing with bills. She's dealing with,
yeah, I mean, it's hard to exist, like we've said a million times, like whether you have problems or not. It's just even harder when you do have, health and other problems like that.
Yeah.
But
and I don't know everything about Biz's situation.
I don't either, honestly. I don't know her outside of like public interaction, really. You know what I'm saying?
I do know that Izzy's is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as bad as mine, but bad.
Wait, Izzy's is bad.
Izzy's is very bad. He's living in an abusive environment with other people who are mentally ill.
So Izzy's is bad, and Melicia's is worse, right?
Melicia's is even worse than mine.
Okay. So,
well, I don't know about, totally worse. Well, I mean, I'm not living in an abusive environment, but
right. You're just going without. Yeah.
I'm being abused by society. I'm being deprived of what I need to live with dignity as a disabled, 54-year-old woman.
Fucking society. It always chooses here, especially in America, it always chooses the cruelest, stupidest option.
Yeah, always the most assholeian measure. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good word for it.
It's a new cuss word. I made that up. That's back from the original. But
are you able to well, can I do a reaction? Who does this go to? You? That's so funny. Can you are you able to send me this? Like how
I sure will. I'm gonna
will you upload it and then I'll download it, or what? How do we?
Yes, I can upload it and make sure you get a link to download it.
Okay.
And we can put it on both our fucking YouTube channels if you want.
Yeah, and as far as I'm
we've been talking for a long time, though. I don't know if anybody who's gonna watch and listen to this whole thing.
Hey, we'll do the Joe Rogan. I'll clip it and we'll have the whole thing up.
Yeah, we'll do it in segments if we have to.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because we did like hit different goalposts, so there's no reason not to.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot of critique when people claim to be humanity first, and then the ones who are the most vulnerable, who aren't being supported, who need help the most, get ignored and get not helped.
Sorry, that was somebody just sent me a thing apparently where you can sign up to test website functions. They've been making $10 to $20 a month. Okay, well, it might be something we can try out. It's not a lot, but it's something. Okay, yes, definitely upload this so I can get back to it. And as far as I'm concerned, what day is it today? It's now Friday. So if
in about an hour and a half, I got to get on. I got to do my pre-market work to see what kind of trade setups. So I'm gonna save this.
What I was gonna say is I am, as far as I'm concerned, we'll go ahead and plan for, I know it may not be as long, it depends on how we're feeling and stuff, but we'll go ahead and plan for another chat within the next day, because we definitely have more than enough to fill, every segment. You're very knowledgeable, and so we have more than enough.
When I was homeless, after I escaped my traffickers, I lived in the Philadelphia Public Library for a whole year.
Oh my God.
I read all the books while I was there.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Hey, let me ask you about somebody. Do you know Eliza Blue?
Yes, I do.
I have seen other trafficking survivors go after her for ignoring them. Do you know that or anything about that, or no?
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure because like I blocked her over it. Well, actually she blocked me over just asking for a survivor, somebody that said they were a survivor. So I was like, that's a little strange, but she also is. So, who know? I mean, a survivor, not strange,
Supposedly.
but she also is. So I don't know,
Supposedly.
Yeah. Well, we're not supposed to say that,
I can prove.
You can say it. You can say it because
I've got receipts that prove that my shit was, and other older survivor leaders were.
Yeah.
I've been around a long fucking time in the movement.
I mean, she did pop out of no. I mean, obviously, I wasn't around in the movement, but she did come out of nowhere. I'll tell you that. So, I saw her on some talk show one time, and I was like, "How did she get on that? How is she on a radio show?" I mean, okay, sure.
Yeah, and that yet there's older survivor leaders on whose backs the entire human trafficking movement was fucking built, who got ignored and pushed out because we're not right-wing Christians. We're not pretty thin young blondes.
Yeah, exactly. And you're not on there defending. I forget.
And we're not right-wing Christians that are dancing to the fallen woman song. Fallen
Right.
my ass, honey. I was a 12-year-old child. I was pushed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of ugly truths that people don't want to face. And Eliza fell in with some QAnon horse shit, unfortunately.
Oh, Eliza did.
Yeah, and it's like, let's talk about this. Pizzagate got us an innocent minimum wage pizza shop worker shot and killed over a non-existent basement with non-existent trafficked kids. Let's talk about how
we could go into this for so many.
Let's talk about how the Trump. And she was saying how wonderful the Trump administration was for trafficking survivors. Like, really? Well, then, do you realize, as every other leader in the survivor community is aware of, that Medicaid got slashed under the Trump administration, and Medicaid is something that 90% of all the people in the survivor community need just to be able to survive?
Yep.
Raising this man? Really?
Not only that, Donald Trump would not give a second of consultation to anyone who survived anything. He does not care. You know what I'm saying? You could have.
He participated in it.
Yeah, I mean, literally. Yeah, he is a rapist. So, and I will say that he's a former president. He can't come after.
And he
So.
Yeah. And you know what? Angelo tagged me in on that thread. And I said, I went full on radfem Marxist, fucking all that. It's like, look, we're going to talk about what the fuck causes trafficking here. It's women's poverty due to systemic economic and job discrimination. And a society that throws away poor adult women into prostitution is a society that doesn't bat its eye when a 12-year-old little girl gets trafficked into prostitution.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, anything that the Trump administration claims have done, or right-wing Christians that colonized the anti-trafficking movement did, all they've done was create revenue streams for themselves by monetizing a human rights crisis that us older survivors suffered and paid dearly just for coming out and telling our stories before human sex trafficking was even considered a crime in this country. And trafficked kids were called prostitutes. Where were you?
That still disgusts me. That is.
And it's like, so that's why I get my back up over this shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why I wanted to ask you specifically about her earlier, but I'd forgotten because she gets a lot of credit, and to be blocked, for me to be blocked by her immediately was stunning.
There's other survivor leaders that I've talked to, because obviously I'm working on a different, we don't all work on the same exact thing all the time.
Yeah.
I basically work on logistics. I'm trying to get resources from A to B to survivors that are like not being helped by any of these anti-trafficking charities.
Yeah.
Which is the majority of survivors, by the way.
Oh yeah. Vast majority.
And it's like, the only ones that get helped are pretty young white blonde chicks. This seems to be the MO of the Christian right, which is why I really resent their presence in the movement.
Yeah, if Tommy Lauren gets trafficked, you're gonna hear about it, for the rest of time.
Oh
Or
yeah.
even Kaylee Anthony, a white child like that, something happens to
Yeah,
them, you hear about it.
and somebody who's white and pretty and from the middle class, but somebody who's from generational poverty and who's not conventionally attractive and who's an older survivor who has been fighting for justice for decades, like me, like Tina Front, like Leslie King, like Vanita Carter. I'm talking about old war horses here that made it fucking possible for somebody like Eliza Blue to fucking safely come out publicly as a survivor. When we were coming out and telling our stories, it wasn't even safe. We got attacked. We got doxxed. We weren't helped and supported.
Accused of lying and everything else, I'm sure.
We were accused of lying. It was, we chose that. We consented.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
So you can see
God
why,
dang.
there's a little bit of. And then what happens is these right-wing Christians come along and they figured out how to monetize this movement to profit themselves, while older survivors and survivors who, don't meet their fucking cute, thin, middle-class, white, blonde chick fucking picture.
And it's innocence versus not. You know what I'm saying? They view some children or some people as more innocent than others. And that's just,
yeah.
or some
and that's
women.
A lot of that's based on looks.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a 12-year-old child. I wasn't like an older teenager.
Right.
I was a homeless child.
Yeah.
I was 12 years old. All right. 12 years old. Not consent.
That's a baby.
Yes, it is, buddy. Yes, it is.
It's a baby. Yeah.
And I wasn't trafficked by a nasty big black boogeyman. My traffickers were white. Thank you very much. They were an outlaw motorcycle gang. They were a gang of 1%ers. Another inconvenience.
1%. Oh, the people who think that they're the protectors or whatever the hell.
Not the protectors. They are like the lawlessness, the most lawless of the lawlessness.
Oh, okay.
We're talking
1%.
about Hell's Angels kind of people.
Yeah. Basically cartel in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dangerous guys that have actually murdered women and girls for resisting and not wanting to be handed out like party favors, okay? Right? So
well, but people would rather watch TV and see this and feel bad for or experience it through fiction when it's like so much worse happens to real humans. And
the thing that got me upset with the Christian right colonizing the anti-trafficking movement was that because of their stupid shit with making this about deserving versus undeserving whores, when in reality, they really think we're all undeserving whores. Let's face it.
They do, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah. They really, because when it comes to anything that will help poor women and girls, they're not on board with that. Anything that would punish the Johns, who are grown-ass men who use their male privilege and money to buy rape tickets, because that's exactly what the fuck a John is doing. Let's be honest here.
Yep.
Oh, they're not interested in doing that, because what the fuck? Men are entitled to the bodies of women and kids. Anything that attaches responsibility collectively for the treatment of consumable, disposable people whose human rights get served up in economies of scale, people don't want to fucking talk about that, even though it's the truth.
Yeah, and it's true for sex trafficking, and it's true for the minimum wage, and it's true for the disabled.
It's true for black market organ trafficking. It's true for labor trafficking.
Yep.
It's true for, this is why understanding systems and, applying class analysis really does work, because you have to understand how systems work in order to, get a grip on what the fuck we need to do to dismantle systems that are failing pretty much everybody at this point. Can we at least agree there?
Yeah.
Granted, some of us have been failed more miserably than others, but if there's a point where everybody's being fucking failed now, then I think it's fair to say that you need some measure to be able to analyze structures and systems so we know, okay, this is why we need to dismantle this and rebuild it better.
Yeah.
And rebuild differently. We don't need top-down hierarchical state command economics, which is what communism is. We don't need authoritarian socialism. We sure as fuck don't need authoritarian capitalism, which is neoliberalism, which is what you now have, where nobody owns anything except BlackRock. And
Yeah,
we're all supposed
exactly.
to about it. Nobody can afford a fucking shitty used car. Nobody can afford a shitty used house. You know, I mean.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. I mean, honestly, the car thing is bad, but it is solvable at some point for some people. The house thing, if you don't have one or you lose it, it's the end of it. I mean, it's nearly impossible after COVID. I mean, look, I've been told 6 times the rent you got to make every month. What? I mean, how? No, I did not make that.
Nobody's getting that kind of income.
I know, like $6,000 a month. I mean,
unless you're a career, $6,000 a month would put you in the top 10%. That would make you upper middle class, semi-wealthy.
Yep. And that's not many people. I mean, in the grand scheme, it's not many. 10%, I know it's millions of people, but it's not
10% versus like the whole of everybody the fuck else.
Yeah. The other 90.
And it's
all
like,
right.
Okay, well, there's not enough affordable housing being built. Okay. Why is that? Well, it's because of zoning regulations. Well, why do we have zoning regulations? Oh, because of something called perk tests. Because if the ground doesn't perk, you can't build on it. Why? Because perk testing has to do with how well the ground absorbs, if you are on a septic system, okay, instead of a public sewer system, a septic system, right? How well the ground is going to absorb or not any kind of sewage in that septic tank. Obviously, you're not going to want to shit where you drink and eat if you're smart.
Right.
This is why there's regulations. This is why there's zoning. This is why there's regulations on you can't build here or there. If the ground doesn't fucking perk, dude, you can't use your shitter. Compute, capiche? Capiche, paisano? Please tell me. Mucapiche. Mucapiche, please tell me. Tell me in another language. I don't care.
Right.
Tell me in any fucking language you understand, please. This is the thing. So it's like, well, the issue isn't necessarily building more housing. It might be restricting BlackRock and other fucking well-heeled institutions from grabbing up all the housing.
Yeah, for real. It's why whenever anybody has a problem with regulation, I'm like, do you know what happened before it? And now without enough of it, it's like,
Let me tell you, it's like, I see people that are poor who think they're going to be the next millionaire. So they don't want to see laws restricting BlackRock.
Yeah.
But it's like, do you really think you're going to be as rich as BlackRock someday? Come on.
No.
You've got wealthy, you've got wealthy people with high-paying 6-figure jobs that are unable to buy a house because BlackRock is outbidding them by 30% on the ask.
Yep.
Now, eventually, that's going to come down. It's going to bite them in the ass. Eventually. And when
eventually
it
will have to.
But the thing is, in the meantime, how many people are going to suffer because of being homeless, because they can't get a place to live?
I mean, if not tens of millions because of this and automation, at least millions, in my estimation, Yeah. I've been screaming for a year about this eviction moratorium. It hasn't been good the whole time, but it's finally over and we're finally back in the regular system. So yeah, here we go. Brace for impact.
Yeah, and it's like,
as my old friend Jake Uger would say.
You know, the thing is that most people thought, well, I'm smart, I'm successful, I did all the right things.
Exactly.
It's like, I'll tell you what, these people that are so smug, well, if you just plan and, invest and do this and do that, and, you just got to plan better. You know what Mike
It
Tyson has
makes
saying goes like this: everybody has a plan until life punches them in the face.
yeah, and it's true. It really is. And COVID, if COVID didn't teach everybody that, I don't, yeah. Hell,
There,
automation might not even do it, honestly. They might live in the street and still not fucking realize what they need to do. Like,
no, that what they'll do is a lot of people on the right, they will then want laws passed to make automation illegal. After it's too late, that horse is already out of the fucking barn.
yeah, exactly. Then they'll do that for the next 40 fucking years.
And then it's like they'll be
We
doing
want to
that.
go back to the pre-robots. We want humans to do the jobs, like while China eviscerates us,
And then it's like, I had a fellow rad femme. And she's older than me. She's retired and living comfortably in a house that she owns, and money because she got to have a good job that paid her enough to live and have a good life and sock money away in a retirement account. Something I never got to have, and something the younger generation isn't ever going to get to have. And she's like, I don't understand why people use these self-checkout stores anyway. If everybody would just not use them. She's like, why are people using that? They're not being paid to do that work. And it's like, Elaine, does the concept of choice and poverty have any fucking clue with you? Like, okay, you live in a poor rural area. Walmart's the only fucking gig in town. And if that store is being, automated away to no cashiers, where the fuck do you get your food? If you're shut in and you're too poor to afford a car, because your credit is shot and you had a repo and a bankruptcy on your record, and you have no way to get your groceries except delivery. But Walmart, okay, is at least they'll accept food stamps and deliver the groceries.
Okay.
All right. No other store is doing that. I mean, Instacart, the only store on Instacart that's doing it is Aldi's in my state. And they only started doing that as of the end of December. This is like after a whole year that the pandemic was, and it's the poor who suffered the worst in the pandemic. Right?
100%.
And, it's
It's kind of funny because the same thing that Walmart did to Main Street, like if they don't automate, Amazon will do to them. So they don't really have a choice. They either automate or Walmart can go. I mean, it's not, if people really keep on with this path, it will, whether they automate it or not, because people order so much more than they used to.
And so it's like Elaine was saying, well, why are people using that store?
Because they'll die if they do not.
I'm diabetic. I don't have a car. I'm poor. And I have no other way of buying groceries online.
But think about this. Think about when the drone will bring the groceries to you. Then you really will not go. I mean, you won't need to go to Walmart, but not only that, people won't go anyway. They'll just order the fucking groceries with the drone.
They're doing that right now with Instacart.
Oh, are they? Well, yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's true.
But I mean, it's like people are going to talk about passing laws. I mean, Bernie wanted to do this.
Right.
He's like, well, we're not going to just let them throw all these working class people out in the street. It's like, you're a little late to the party there, buddy.
It literally makes no sense how he even thought that was going to work. You were going to ban them from firing people? Like, what? Like, that's not going to work in America. Yeah, that's not going to fly. Like, but okay, I'm going to get some...
means well, he just doesn't, well, sometimes I don't know if he means all the way well, but I mean, I heard that argument because he shot down a UBI, a Yank supporter who said, what about UBI? And he's like, no, I got a better idea. Federal jobs guarantee. Okay, where are you going to get me a job, Bernie? I've got no car. I can't get to one. And I don't live in
I guess you'd have to do a federal job that was remote. They'd have to, it would be online ditch digging virtually or something, I guess. I don't know. So bad.
It's like,
Such a bad
let me have
policy.
the UBI and I'll fix my own life because I know how to trade. Number one. Number two, I would like to have that time to breathe and have the ability to spend time with a younger person who is technically skilled, who can help and skill share to help me get skilled up so we can make videos. And I'd like it to be a team effort where we're making these videos about poverty and about things to fix this fucked up popcorn.
And I would also honestly like to do some stuff where we talk about politics as little as possible, like, you know, true crime or whatever, because it does get old.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk about things like how they never caught the Long Island serial killer and how,
Yeah.
you know, they totally dropped the ball and could have caught the Zodiac, but didn't because of a miscommunication across dispatch that the cops that were on the scene, okay, saw the Zodiac killer walk right the fuck past them, but didn't think anything about it because they were looking for a totally different fucking description. And they totally missed the blood-covered white dude who walked right in front of them. They were looking for a black dude. No shit. That this is what came.
They thought a black man was the Zodiac killer?
No,
black people are never
what
serial killers.
There were some college students that were partying, and they were in a frat house apartment. Like this is when the fourth victim, Paul Stein, who was a cabbie in the Presidio district, and he was a returning adult college student. He was a non-traditional age student, and he drove cab, you know, to try to make some money to live while he was going to college. So of course, you know, anyway, he had just was ready to drop off a fare. And there were some, you know, students that were in student housing that happened to look out the window. And they saw the Zodiac repeatedly stab Paul Stein to death. They called the police while the crime was happening. When they couldn't get a vision of what he looked like until he got out of the car, and they saw that it wasn't Paul Stein. They saw it was this other dude. They gave a description to the dispatch. White male, crew cut, horn-rimmed glasses. This was what the Zodiac looked like. You know?
So that's what the drawing is based on. That way, you know, I've seen all these years later.
Absolutely. Okay. This was from eyewitness accounts. Okay. There was also a woman named Kathleen Johns who was 7 months pregnant who jumped out of the Zodiac's car and escaped, hiding in a fucking drainage ditch. No kidding. So she gave a visual, you know, description that matched that comp drawing that was taken from the college students that called the police when Paul Stein, the cabbie, was being murdered. So what happened was dispatch fucked up. Because when the police came to respond to where Paul Stein was stabbed to death in his cab, they were given they were given a what's it called, an MO or something to look out for.
Right.
You know what the word I'm talking
about. Yeah. The age and race and all that, the description.
The description of the perp, right? They were given a perp description. The Zodiac had walked right past the cops. Right past them.
God.
Covered with blood. Because you stabbed somebody to death, and
you
then
know he had to.
Yeah, and then Zodiac because a lot of serial killers, most of them keep a trophy from their kills, and with Zodiac, sometimes it would be a piece of jewelry or a piece of clothing from the victim. He tore a piece of the cabbie's shirt, of his flannel shirt, you know, as a souvenir.
Yeah.
So it's like you had this guy, you stabbed somebody to death. You're gonna be fucking blood red like Eric the Red, and walked right by the cops. The cops were just didn't think to notice, because why? Because dispatch gave them a completely different physical description that was not the perp.
Yeah.
And it was because dispatch misunderstood when, you know, you had frantic college kids that were hysterical. First of all, these kids were, you know, having a party. So they weren't straight. They weren't sober. They were having a party. They see a murder happening. They're freaking the fuck out. They don't want to get busted for having drugs. Right? And on top of that, they're freaking out because they're not sure if what they're seeing is real or if they were just tripping on some shit.
Right.
You know, so they're freaking out, and you're not going to be really in a state of mind where you're going to be able to communicate clearly and concisely what the fuck you saw. But they gave a description of the guy that was the Zodiac, and it matched the same description provided by Kathleen Johns, who was the only would-be victim that escaped. She survived the Zodiac. She survived.
That's incredible.
And
Has she passed, or is she still alive today?
Oh yeah, she died.
Okay.
She's dead now, old age. Remember, this happened in the late 60s and early 70s. So people who were in their 20s and 30s back then are dead today. Or very, very old.
Yeah. Very close anyway, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, the description matched, but for whatever reason, the dispatch, you know, they got this frantic call from these college kids, and they put out an APB for somebody that did not meet the description of the actual perp. Zodiac was
so their confirmation bias basically just
it was like
case.
So they noticed but didn't notice the white guy covered in fucking blood who walked right the fuck past him, who was the Zodiac.
God,
I mean,
Zodiac had to have been praying in his own head, and he was just like, "Am I really getting away with that?" You know, just like.
Actually, a lot of serial killers are so full of themselves that they legit feel they have such a sense of entitlement and a sense of superiority. They think
they're narcissists.
They think they're smarter than the cops. They think they're smarter than everybody else. And they actually do think they'll get away with it. And so, it's like Zodiac, cool as a fucking cucumber, walks right past thinking, ain't I a smart motherfucker? and you know, you hate to admit it, but he was. I mean, they still haven't cracked. They still haven't completely cracked his final cipher with the use of supercomputers. So this guy, whoever he was, and he's dead now because he was in his mid-30s, early 40s back in the late 60s, early 70s.
Do you think he died like do you think he, because to me, if that guy died like slowly or something, he probably would have said, "It's me." You know what I'm saying? Or maybe not. Maybe he wanted to keep it secret to the end, but it interests me because I'm like, if it were me, obviously it's hard to put yourself in the mindset of a murderer, but if it were me, you think you would want people to know, like, oh, it was me, you know, I got away with it, oh, I got you, ha ha, but maybe not.
No, not necessarily. I mean, you look at a real true crime case. It wasn't a serial killer, but it was a cold-blooded murderer who killed a woman and her 2 kids, and he did it for insurance money. And that was known as the mainline murders in Philadelphia, which is my native city where I'm originally from.
What, he would marry them, kill them all, and then move on?
Well, no, he only planned this with her. He was getting progressively more, he used women and threw them away like used Kleenexes.
Gotcha.
He was compared to Rasputin. I would compare him more to Svengali.
So it was like an escalation. He would use these women, and then eventually it got to murder.
It got to murder with Susan Reiner and her 2 children. And there was a very famous book and made for TV miniseries made about the case called Echoes in the Darkness. The book was written by Joseph Wambaugh. There was another book about the case called The Mainline Murders, which is actually the better book. It's written by Loretta Schwartz Nobel. I have both books.
No, I'm sure.
I have all the books on that case. There was more than one. But the case didn't end with the conviction of the guy, Bill Bradfield, and the principal, Jay Smith. The book ended with Jay Smith getting his conviction overturned because the prosecution illegally withheld from the defense physical evidence that would have proved that, you know, this was not consistent, that the murder was not consistent with Jay Smith's whereabouts at the time and place of the crime. But there was a lot of evidence there that proved, you know, that she would have been with Bradfield or near Cape May or near a seashore. It had to do with sand on lifters that were used to swab in between her toes. And those lifters mysteriously disappeared in the police evidence room. other pieces of evidence that showed that Joseph Wambaugh paid the Pennsylvania State Police to basically engineer a guilty verdict, regardless of whether or not Jay Smith, the principal, was materially involved with the crime or not. What ended up happening is Jay Smith, the principal of Upper Marion High, and a fellow English teacher named Bill Bradfield, who was dating the woman who got murdered, Susan Reinert. She was also an English teacher at Upper Marion, and she was a divorcee raising 2 kids. Okay. Bill Bradfield, had a relationship with her that he kept a secret, had her keep it a secret, convinced her that he loved her, that he was going to marry her, that they were going to get married in England, had her take out $750,000 in life insurance.
Wait a minute. Wait. When was this?
Swindled her out of $25,000 of her inheritance.
When was this?
Oh, this happened back in 1979 when I was.
Okay, and was this a British man?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking about there was a guy who basically like burned his wife in the yard in Britain a long time ago and like got away with it completely, but totally other true crime.
Yeah, no, this was a case that happened in what they call the main line, which is the wealthy area of Philadelphia.
Gotcha, that's what you were saying. Yeah, I gotcha.
I was 12 years old when this happened, and I didn't live in the wealthy area. I grew up in a North Philly, ghetto.
Yeah.
But what happened was that this English teacher, Bill Bradfield, he had a bunch of women on a string. Okay. And he had them all convinced that he loved them, every one. Woman, Sue Myers, whom he lived with, he had strung her along for years, wasted the best years of her life. She was also a fellow English teacher in the Upper Marion High School English department, as was Susan Reinert, the victim, as was Bradfield's other friends, Vincent Velitis and Christopher Pappas. They were all faculty at Upper Marion. Jay Smith was the principal, and this guy was a really weird bird. He was like into swinging and mail fraud, and he wife swapping and all kinds of crazy crap. And he would get he actually pulled off an armored car heist to steal money to pay off a drug deal debt that his daughter and son-in-law owed.
Damn.
By making a fake ID, pretending to be an armored car driver with the armored car company. And he heisted a bunch of money from the Neshaminy Mall, from one of the stores in the Neshaminy Mall. And he got busted for that. So because he had this very unsavory double life where he was like a full colonel in the U.S. military, a high school principal at one of the most prestigious high schools in the East Coast. Upper Marion High was creme de la creme, Mm-hmm. And then by night, he's doing all this other weird shit, drugs and fucking and mail fraud and armored car heists. It's like,
what a life.
This guy was a colorful character, So it's like he was easy to frame, but Bradfield was the one who was the only one who had anything to gain by Susan Reinert's murder. And I'm going to tell you this. Her daughters, Karen and Michael, her daughter, Karen, and her son, Michael. Karen, who would be my age if she were alive today. And I'm 54. Think about this. Karen would be my age if she were alive today. This was Susan Reinert's daughter. Okay. She would be my age if she were alive today. The daughter and her kids, which were like 11 and 9, respectively, their bodies were never found.
I'm sorry. Have you seen this? This young woman got murdered. The woman who introduced Andrew Yang in Iowa in 2019. Apparently what is this? Claimed an intruder, shot him and his family. Hang on. Wow, it's right. It says an Iowa 20-year-old who fatally shot his parents and sister claimed an intruder shot him and his family with a rifle. His father left on the fireplace after cleaning it. So basically, whatever happened with this guy, he lied about the situation and has killed this woman who introduced Yang in Iowa, which is just a very, you know, I mean, I guess with all the people that are in it, you know, some kind of craziness is going to happen, but that's wild. Okay. I am fixing to go get some rest because I'm like fixing to pass. But if you want to upload or whatever, however we're gonna get this, I'll get it uploaded on the channel today.
I'm just gonna like hit the stop recording thing now. And so if you want to like say a final thing to work into a clip, go ahead.
Oh no, it's fine. We can always do it later. It's